stream. What can I do for you?
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. I wasn't actually planning on putting WoW onto the stream until I started doing some raiding, but I am trying to make sure that I hit raid level in order to be able to go to the Thursday night raid. So the stream. I wasn't. So yeah, I'm doing some Season of Discovery. Playing Season of Dads. It's pretty laid back. The leveling is faster than usual. They've got a buff going where you get 150% extra experience from quests and 300% extra. Well, 150 extra experience from all sources, and then an extra 300% gold from all quests. Some people have commented just about it in general, saying that it makes it way too easy. But one of the things that I was kind of thinking about the game is they've converted several of the 5-man zones at this point into raid zones. So you've got, what is it, BFD, Black Fathom Deeps, level 20 zone is now a raid zone and no longer a 5-man. You have Nomragon, which was like a level 40-ish zone. Level 30 to 40 range that has been converted to a raid, no longer a 5-man. And then you also have Sunken Temple that was around, I think, level 50-ish, that is also no longer a 5-man and only a raid zone. So that cuts out a whole lot of experience, both from kills running through the zone and then from all of the quests associated with the zone that you no longer get to do as just a standard, 5-man run. You can still do pretty much all of those quests as a raid team, and you do get a buttload of experience if you go in and do this stuff as a raid team. The big thing about that concept, though, is the average person is not going to be able to reasonably get a raid team and go in and do that stuff. So I think that's one of the reasons that bonus XP is significantly higher than what people think that it should be right now. So Season of Discovery has quite a few new things for those of you that may be new to the situation. Things like it's been a while since I've played Burning Crusade and Wrath content, so I don't know exactly where all these fall in, but like Mangle and Lacerate, both of these abilities are not available to bears in base game. So these are both runes that you get that allow you to get these. So they basically added skills from both Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King to existing classes in order to kind of change up how the game is played, which has been a lot better in my opinion. Like, it makes the game a lot more fun, and it really rounded out classes like Paladins, for example, who basically used to have, what was the ability? Was it Retribution, or like the one where you dump your seal? Judgment, yeah. So basically back in the day, Paladins were you would basically just throw up a seal and then judge it, and that's pretty much the only skills you had as a as a Paladin. That's just really all you did, and then you auto attacked everything else. And so yeah, now they have a whole bunch of other skills from the later expansions, which give them the ability to have more engaging gameplay. Yeah, a lot of them were pretty bad. Like, druids were not phenomenal at all in the initial game, which which was rough. Boomkins were really bad in base game. Paladins of every version except Holy Paladins were basically trash in vanilla. Shadow Priests were really bad, and they've really improved a lot of those classes. So some of the things that they've done is, I don't know if I have all of them, but so when you open your inventory, this is your runes page, and you actually apply these runes to a piece of gear. So these are all headpiece gear runes, and so you'll have several different ones, and you choose which one you want to put on your piece of gear. And it pretty much boils down to, you'll have about 2 choices for each one per spec. So as a feral, technically as a feral, I probably would have maybe 3, because you have both bear and cat form. So you get extras because of that, but most of the other classes have like 2 choices or so for each spec that they can choose between. But like this one here, Fury of the Storm Rage, or Fury of Storm Rage, reduces the mana cost of Wrath by 100%. So essentially, your initial skill for Boomkin, it is 100% free to cast. So you can just mash the shit out of that button and you never use up your mana. It's not the most powerful ability that you have, but it definitely makes leveling insanely fast, because you can pick up this rune within like the first 2 or 3 levels of starting the game. So I mean, you can just go nuts with Wrath and just non-stop cast it, and it never uses any mana at all. And of course, somebody's come in here and cleared this place out, so I'm gonna have to wait for it to respawn. But yeah, they've made a whole lot of changes to how the game works and how all of these different things play in. Like Sunfire is a really good one. It was an alternate that they added for Moonfire, and you can, if you have this equipped, you can actually cast this spell from cat and bear form, so it doesn't take you out of the form to cast it, which is you know, every single other spell that you cast that is normally like your standard elf form, or something that you would do in, you know, kind of like Boomkin form, they would take you out of your other forms in order to cast them, but Sunfire does not. So it's a really cool ability. It, surprisingly though, unless they made some changes, it actually was not really good for cat. You know, like once you get into late game cat, you don't really use Sunfire. At least you weren't doing it in phase 1. I don't know if they kind of brought it back later on. The other thing about these as well is they don't, you know, like most of your other skills that you got, you would, you know, like every 2 levels you get a, you know, you get some skills. You got to go back to your trainer and you know, rank up the skills essentially. You don't do that with these skills. All of these runes, they just kind of level with you. So as you get higher level, they just become more powerful, which is really nice. And then some of the runes get pretty strong, like Survival of the Fittest is absolutely nuts. It ends up being it reduces all damage taken by 10%, and then if you're in bear form, it reduces all damage taken by an additional separate 10% marker, so it becomes a cumulative of 19% just flat damage reduction for any damage that you take. So that's pretty crazy as a tank. Actually, don't need these guys. Maybe I've come a little too deep in here now, so time to back out. And no, I got him. Fun stuff. But yeah, when I started day before yesterday playing, decided to get in mostly because I wanted to experience the new content that they're adding for Season of Discovery. So they're adding 2 brand new zones to the game that have never existed in WoW before, that will be unique. As far as I can tell, it's going to be 100% unique to Season of Discovery, at least at first. I don't know if they'll do another version of SoD later, or do a relaunch of it, or, you know, SoD Plus or whatever. You know, Blizzard's getting into 50 different versions of WoW, which at the end of the day, I really feel like is a really bad move. You know, they just keep further separating their player base and making it, you know, that just they keep getting to a point to where people are more and more separated, so it's like it gets harder and harder to get raid teams together and stuff like that, because yeah, there's a whole bunch of people playing WoW, but they're playing like 12 different kinds of WoW, so it just really dilutes the population and makes it hard to get things done. So the group that so this is actually the Critical Mass Guild. It was recreated on this server, and it was turned over to one of the raiders from our classic server, and he took it over and started running it, because none of the actual leadership from the classic server really wanted to keep playing after experiencing some stuff from phase 1, because the concept of them adding all these new runes and stuff were really neat. I'll open the map here and kind of show you, but yeah, you can see all these little runes here. This is all the same rune, because these essentially these are all Savage Roar runes in this particular zone, but it's because they drop from gnolls. So you go and you kill gnolls, and they'll drop an idol, and then you equip that idol, and the idol will want you to do certain things, and then once you have done that, it will Nah, you're blind, Joe. I don't know what's wrong with you. But when you equip the rune, and it'll say, you know, go do XYZ things, and then when you do that, it will unlock a new rune for you to be able to equip for in here. I actually have one right now, which is this one. It wants me to heal 10 different beasts, and that one's kind of tricky, because, you know, most beasts you can't heal because they're, you know, they're creatures, and you can't heal NPCs. So you have to find players and heal like hunter pets. I actually think that healing druids in forms count as well, so, but it has to be 10 different ones, so you can't just get a druid to turn into a bear and heal them 10 times and you're good. You have to find 10 different beasts to be able to heal. This ends up giving some resto druid rune, which is what I was originally leveling this character as. But yeah, Joe, I decided to come back and play some SoD just for shits and giggles. I'll stream it one night a week on Thursdays for raid night, but that's probably about all I'm gonna do with it.
Not enough rage.
Not getting back into the classic grind, but I want to experience that the new content that they're going to be bringing out. So they have 2 new instances that they're going to be adding. They haven't confirmed, I don't think 100% yet, what exactly they're going to be, but it looks like one or potentially even both of them are going to be new raid zones. But when they did their official, it's been talked about in shadows for a while now that they were coming, but there were no massive details on them. But then in the 30th anniversary for Blizzard, they did announce that both of them were in the works and coming, and that they were new instances, but they didn't specify if they were raids or dungeons. So I don't know which way they're gonna go with it, but one of them is in why am I not seeing where this place is at? Yeah, so one of them's out here in Deadwind Pass, which is most of you that are familiar with WoW and Burning Crusade is where Karazhan is at. So a lot of people are expecting that to be Karazhan Crypts, because that's been one of the things that's been kind of leaked and talked about for quite a while, was that the possibility of Karazhan Crypts becoming a thing. So they didn't specify what the zone was. The other place that they showed, I'm pretty sure, was up here in the Plaguelands, which is this Scarlet Crusade area that's like down here in the bottom section of the, I'm pretty sure this is where it's at. It's been quite a few years since I've been in old school content zones, so I'm pretty sure that that's where the Scarlet Crusade area is located, is down in this little area. But they showed a picture of that as well. So don't know if that's going to be like a new level 60 raid or if it's just going to be like a 5-man zone. You know, maybe they'll do 1 5-man and then 1 raid, or maybe both of them will just end up being 5-man content. Yeah, I think it was supposed to originally have been something bigger, like a zone, like a raid or something along those lines. But yeah, it just never got done. So what's the other thing I need? Hit shrinkers. Yeah, there were a couple of quests that you could do to go in there, but they were generally for other things. So you had the one where I forget what the one was called, but the messenger that would travel back and forth on the roads. They would go from here all the way up to Stratholme and then back, and so that place was. That was one of the places, or one of the quests. And then once you got the messenger, when you went further down the road in that quest line, it would eventually lead you up into this area. But there were a few other quests that put you in that direction as well. And then they also had, I seem to want to recall that wasn't that one of the places where you went to go, people would go pickpocket to do the rep quests? For the insane achievement. I can't remember if that was in that area or not. I came over here to clean up some stuff. We're gonna, at some point this evening, we're gonna run into Nomergon, and some of the people from the guild are gonna run me through there to just to collect the XP from all the quests and get the XP from the boss kills. Yeah, I think that was right. The disguise. Yeah, Joe's got a warlock on SoD. What the hell is this? So I randomly asked if anybody had an extra page 4 for the Green Hills of Stranglethorn, and I really did not expect anyone to answer. But yeah, now he's making fun of me for for asking a question for a page and then ignoring because he apparently answered in chat. Let's see. The hell am I? This way. I don't want to go through the water. I'm a cat. We don't like water. And yeah, Fluid, I'm gonna cheat the shit out of everything. Fluid, did you get your incursions done? The first one was in Dark Shore, or Duskwood, sorry. First one was in Duskwood. Okay, so here, what level are you now? I think the first one you can do up until 38, and then it's not good for you. So I don't know if you're at 38 or not. But what you do is up here where the green dragons were, they've turned the green dragons into an instance fight now, so they're not up there anymore. The ones that roam around are still there, so you got to be careful because those will be level 60. But the only place that's really a problem is if you go to the Ashenvale one, which is the level 38 one. Those level 60 ones hang out there, and they that thing is like so low, so much lower level than me. It is gray and it still attacks. This is straight up old school WoW though. Things aggro you from 5 miles away. It's really insane. Even things that are lower level than you are. Oh hey. Wish I'd have picked that quest up. I could have got that. But yeah, you just go up to that. You just go up to that section in Duskwood, and there's going to be a guy standing there with 15 daily quests. You take the daily quest, and then click the portal that's right next to him, and it takes you into like a shadowed version of that zone, and it will have all kinds of different creatures in it, and a whole quest that you'll have all 15 of those daily quests. Now, I will warn you, 3 of the daily quests that you get are those daily quests are going to be related to trade skills, so skinning, mining, and herbing. If you have like any of those trade skills, then you can do those. But if you are missing one of them, then that's just a quest that you can't complete. However, you can get the items from someone else. So if you go in there with someone and let's say like you have herbing and I go in and I have skinning, well, you can herb twice as many and I can skin twice as many, and then we can just trade the materials, and then we both get an extra quest to do, for example. So yeah. So you take the skinning daily quest, but then the one for mining and the one for herbing you don't need to take. But like I said, it is 15 daily quests, so it's a lot of quests. You really have to have your quest book opened up because we're in old school, so you're still limited to 20 quests instead of 25. Yeah, the incursion is a special zone that you go into. Before, when they first released incursions, you could just repeat them over and over and over, and people were going in, and that was the fastest way in the game to level. But then they realized that people were kind of abusing it too much, so they turned it into a daily quest system. So when they originally added it, it was not daily quests, but now it is. But yeah, it's 15 daily quests. I don't think we even have a daily quest limit right now. So when you play like late Burning Crusade and Wrath, you're limited to like 20 daily quests a day or whatever. I did 30 daily quests yesterday, and I didn't hit any kind of limit. So I don't think you're limited on daily quests currently, because when I started the day, I was low enough level to do the Duskwood one, and then I hit level 38, which is when you can start doing the one in Ashenvale. And so I went and did that one. So that was basically 30 quests, and I didn't get limited. And those daily quests are extremely high XP yield, and then once you hit level cap, they become extremely high gold yield. But you'll get about 175% of a level for doing if you do 13 of the 15 daily quests. If you did all 15 of them, you would probably get 2 full levels for doing them. Yeah, they're nuts. That's why I'm so much further ahead of you, to be honest, is because I've done 3 days worth of incursion, so that's like 6 levels. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, my goal is to just get to level cap. Like, I don't care about the leveling system. I've leveled characters so many times, it's not even funny. So I have no fucks given when it comes to leveling characters in this game. I just want to get up and do raid content. Raid content is literally the only reason that I play WoW. It's like I just really find that content fun and engaging, and capping out a character and getting all the best gear that you can get, stuff like that. So. turn off my errors, the error voice thing. It's like it bitches every time something's on cooldown or I don't have enough rage or whatever. I need to get that turned off. It didn't save any of my old settings, so it's super annoying. Yeah, I mean, it's like I've only been away from doing this content for what, like 2 months? Like I literally quit raiding. I quit raiding on Classic, and then within a few days I started this streaming channel. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that I'm doing as well, like the thing that really burned me out with WoW was just the state of the game for Cataclysm, because of how, like, basically just no one likes Cataclysm. This isn't looking good. I don't have any of my oh shit buttons on here, so. Ah, I got stunned. But I got really burned out with Classic in general, and just, you know, trying to keep a raid team going, like trying to do 25-man raid teams and doing it at a competitive level, like running the, you know, I was co-GM for the guild and then the raid leader, and it's just like, it was just the worst part about doing the game was having to placate to all the retards that play WoW. I mean, like everybody gets their fifis hurt every time you say anything, you know, like you tell them that they're not performing well or that they need to improve, and they want to cry and complain about it. And I mean, it's like that part of it was frustrating for me because, yeah, seriously, that part of it was frustrating for me because I'm the type of person that's just like, look, dude, when we sat down in the interview and I told you that we're a progression raid team and that we're looking for hardcore content and trying to be top 10 on the server, are you ready to make that commitment? And your answer was yes. If you put in anything less than what I expect, my opinion is fuck off, I don't need you anymore. So just having to be nice to people, or, you know, trying to, you know, to keep my cool and not just absolutely go off on these fucking morons that get in here and have no clue what they're doing. They have zero business being in the, you know, in a raid team with us, and, you know, just having to put up with people that do that just because they wanted to experience the content, but they weren't willing to put in the work, you know, that it takes to do that content. I mean, I get it, it's not for everybody. I mean, not everybody can devote that kind of time. I totally understand. I'm not insanely elitist. I don't think you're a worthless piece of shit if you don't have the time to play the game or can't play the game. What makes me think you're a worthless piece of shit is if you make a commitment and then you don't stick with it. Like, that's my problem. That's the issue that I had with the majority of people that were, you know, that we were running into with the guild. And when Cataclysm hit, I mean, we went from a, yeah, it's like there's casual guilds. It's like, go join one of those. It's like, I don't have a problem with casual guilds. If I pull up my friends list right now, I've got Craven, Raven, and Morrose. All three of those people are in a super casual guild. I'm not even completely for sure that they've cleared normal Firelands yet, which the majority of guilds out there clear normals on day one. And, you know, I think Firelands has been out for like 2 weeks now. And they're also only a 10-man guild, not even doing 25-man content, so super easy. But they're super nice people. They're super friendly. They'll help you with anything. They have great attitudes. They're really nice people. I took my druid and went and ran with them for a couple of months. And, you know, I went in and performed really well for them, really pushed my character. You know, was one of the top DPS in their guild. And I didn't give a shit if other people weren't performing well, because I knew what I was getting into, you know, and the commitment that I made to them was like, hey, I'll come and help you guys out. And if, you know, I wasn't a backseat driver, I just went in and did my thing. And then if they were stuck on something and wanted some help, I mean, they all knew I was a raid lead for, you know, a guild that was pushing much higher content. You know, if they had questions or wanted to know a different way to do a strat or something, I was more than happy to tell them. But I wasn't the type of person that went in there and was like, oh no, you guys are doing this all wrong. You know, you need to change your shit and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I went in and played. I had a good time with it. It was fun. And, you know, like I said, they were all super nice people. So I don't have a problem with people who aren't willing to put in the same amount of time into the game that I want to put into it. I just don't like it when those people want to try to play at the level that I'm playing at, and they say they can do it, but then they have no ability to. And that's just so common in WoW right now. And I mean, a lot of it is just, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not even necessarily that, like, we occasionally had a couple of people that just didn't have the time commitment available. I mean, and that's understandable because the time commitment is ridiculous. But the people that I had a problem with were the ones that said that they had the skill to play at that level. So they had tons of free time, but when it actually came time to do the, to do the content, they didn't know how to. I could have sworn I had all the pages that I needed for this. Yeah. 1, 6. Oh, I'm missing page 8. Interesting. Back to town we go, eh? Joe just said what? Oh yeah. No, we by the time you joined Fluid, I was kind of over it. There was a period where every single person that joined the guild had I required that if they wanted to raid, they had to have a personal interview with me. I had a checklist sitting right beside my computer so that every single person got the exact same topics. They got the exact same flow on their interview for every single person that came into the guild. Huh? Yeah, I did 40-minute interviews with every new person that came into the guild because I wanted to go over yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You joined and we were like, oh man, this dude, I'm fucking out. But yeah, I did 40-minute interviews with everyone that came in, primarily because I wanted to talk with them. I wanted to make sure that they understood everything. My argument was there's probably some things in the interview that you're not going to care about. But then there's some things in the interview that you will care about, and different people care about different things. I mean, I had a lot of people that joined the guild that were really interested in what our loot system was, and then I had a lot of people that didn't give a shit about what loot system we used, and they wanted to know how we came up with our strats, and like if we were willing to be open to suggestions and things like that. So everybody that joins has a different thing that they're interested in. So I wanted to make sure everyone completely understood the things that I felt were important to know, which was the basics of the loot system, the basics of how we did strategies, what the expectations were for people missing raids, not showing up to raids. It's like, either calling out for a raid or just like no call, no showing, just all that kind of stuff. I wanted them to understand all of our attendance policies, because when I come to them later, when they screw up something or don't do something right, and I come to them and say, hey, we had this agreement when you joined, this is the conversation we had, and you said you were okay with it, and now you're going against that, so you're done here. I didn't want anyone to be able to have an argument and say, oh, well, I was never told that. Because after all of the years that I've been playing MMOs, I have definitely learned that is the number one excuse that people use is, oh, nobody told me. It's like, dude, fucking grow up, man. It's like, waiting until 5 minutes before raid time to call out and say, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be able to be there tonight. It's like, unless you were in a car accident or there were some like really serious circumstances, then you should have known you weren't going to be able to make it for the night. But at the end of the day, there was probably something right before raid that came up that you would have rather been doing than raiding. And it's like, that's not cool when you're playing with a team. It's like, it's a team issue. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we had RDX played with us. He was our mage. He played with COVID 2 different times. Like, he had COVID, was not going to work, and was in bed the majority of the time, but still got up to play. I mean, people can say all kinds of things about RDX, but that dude made a commitment and he fucking stuck with it. I mean, it's like, and that's the kind of shit I respect from people. It's like, I understand that gaming is not a way of life for most people, but for me it is. So when people make those, those commitments, I expect them to stick up with them. And when they don't, I'm not a fan of them. Yeah. Be right back. Goldfish drowning.
Well met. Go with
I mean, we literally had a guy in an early Cataclysm
Be careful.
that called out for an entire week's worth of raids because he found out they were going to have to put their dog down. I mean, the dude was in his 30s. It's like, I get it that having your dog put down is is an unfortunate thing, but it wasn't even like they were doing it right then. It's like they took their dog to the vet because it was having problems, and then the guy was like, oh yeah, well, we're really attached to our dog, so I'm not going to be able to raid for 2 days. And I'm like I didn't say it to the dude, but the whole time I was thinking, like, what are you going to do? Like, sit there and stare longingly into its eyes all night long? I mean, what the hell? It's like, if that was like a person, then yeah, I would totally get it. But for an animal, it's like, come on, man. He probably called into work too. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, there's really nothing you can do. It's not like you're going to be having longing conversations or anything. I mean, and I get that it sucks. I mean, I've had to put animals down. It's not fun, but I mean, I didn't want to just sit at the house and sulk about it all night either. Like, I wanted to do shit. I wanted to get my mind off of it. Yeah, like, so basically, I that was the thing. Like, I didn't even tell the guy that it was unacceptable, but we just had a set attendance policy, and the attendance policy was that you could miss one entire weekend every 2 months. So you like, every 2 months you could have one entire weekend that you call out for, and we wouldn't say anything to you about it. And the problem that this guy had was he called out. He was still a trial at this point, so he wasn't even a member yet, which is when he's supposed to be on his best behavior. Like, most of the time when you get somebody as a trial, they're supposed to be best behavior on their trial, and then they become shitty later on. I mean, it's just like getting married. It's like it's like your boyfriend and girlfriend, and you guys, everything's great, and then you get married, and then both of you turn into bitches and hate each other because everybody's on their best behavior when they're trying out. But when it's official, then you get to see what what people are actually like later on. But I mean, so this guy was on trial which is when he's supposed to be impressing us, and he's like, hey, I got this work event that's coming up, and I'm gonna have to miss in 2 weeks. And then it's like, okay, cool, no big deal. And and that was all that was said about it. And then the thing came up where like a week later, he got his like that next week, it was like Thursday or Friday or something like that, he got his thing where he was going to have to take his dog and have it put down at some point in the near future. And the only thing that I said to him was like, hey man, really sorry to hear about your dog, that's really unfortunate, but I just want to let you know that this is going to put you in breach of attendance, to give him the option. So if he was just planning on sitting around the house and doing nothing, that he could still get in and raid. But it's like, like at the end of the day, as a raid lead, my responsibility is to the raid team. It's not to everybody's feelings. It's like, it's like if you're running a team of any kind, your responsibility is to the greater team, not to one specific individual. And it's like, he was going to break the attendance policy, and it's like, an attendance policy is an attendance policy. It doesn't matter why you're out. I would have given him the same speech if he was in a car accident and been like, hey man, really sucks you're in a car accident, but you're also going to be missing for for this other thing. And at the end of the day, I gotta have people there to raid, and if you can't be that person, like, it's not that I hate you, it's not like it's at the end of the world for you, but I have to have 25 people in a raid team to raid. There is no flex raiding in Classic. So it's like, if you can't be there and you can't be regular for whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. If you're not there, then you're not there. And it's like, we got to have people that are regular. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I would not have held it against Joe whatsoever if I was, had something going on and missed 2 or 3 weeks in a row, and he's like, hey man, we can't have a raid team if the raid lead doesn't show up. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, like, the majority of the time that you have a bunch of call outs in a raid, is usually because, and Warfarin experienced this a lot back in the day with a one particular member that we all fondly referred to as Fekdane. His name was Feldane, but saying Feck was a popular alternate for saying fuck back in the day, so we all called the dude Fekdane. But he like the dude would just constantly, he was worthless in a raid, but he would always call out for random stuff, and it was never for anything that was reasonable or acceptable, and it was always at last minute. But he was like the guild leader's brother, so like everybody just had to fucking put up with him. And I won't do that kind of stuff. I won't let my friends or my family come into my raid team and be a worthless player and just let it slide and let everybody run with it that way. It's like, if I actually expect my friends and family to perform better than the rest, because they all have known me for years and they understand that I take gaming seriously, and if they make a commitment, then they know that I'm gonna try to hold them to that, and that I'm not joking around when I say, hey, I expect you to show up and perform. So it's like I'm a little more lenient on strangers because maybe they don't quite understand, or like they don't know me and think that I'm just joking when I say, hey, if you agree to this, then I expect you to do it. But it's not a common thing in the world anymore. It's like it's really difficult to count on anybody for anything. Like when you find people that you can count on to do stuff, you need to keep those people around because they're hard to find. But yeah, so the dude, so what ended up happening was this was part of a guild merger that we had done, and so we had a 25-man raid team and about 9 people we had pulled in from this other guild with the dude that had his dog that went sideways. And so the guy got super butthurt and called me an asshole. And I'm like, I don't know why you're calling me an asshole. It's like, I have a job to do here. I'm just informing you of what the rules are. It's like, I never told him he couldn't do it. I never told him I thought he was a piece of shit because he wanted to do it. I didn't say anything to him. I didn't give him my opinion of what I thought about the matter. I just clearly stated to him the rules because I'm pretty matter of fact, and I'm generally a pretty logical thinker. I don't respond to people based on their feelings. I respond to people based on logic. So, I just gave him the information so that he could choose what he wanted to do with it. And, so he got super butthurt about it and then refused to log in, and he refused to log in anymore, called me an asshole, called me some other name or whatever. So I G-kicked him. I'm like, you don't fucking talk to your raid lead like that and think everything's just going to be cool. It's like, you don't fucking go off on people. It's like, I wasn't being rude to him. I didn't say anything nasty to him at all. I mean, I genuinely felt bad that he was going to have to put his dog down, and I understood it. And as long as he was aware, and what I told him was, was that he was up for becoming full member that very next week, but because of having this double lapse in his attendance, that his trial was going to be pushed back. He was basically going to have to start trial over. And I just wanted to let him know what was going on. Like, we weren't even going to kick him out of the guild over it. Like, nothing serious at all. Like, I completely understood what he was doing, but there were still rules that, we had set forth. And if we let him slack on those rules, then everybody else wants to, be able to slack on the rules as well. So basically, at the end of the day, he got super pissed, went off on me. I G-kicked him. And then, of course, the other, 8 people had an absolute conniption fit about that happening, which Joe and I were already concerned that would be an issue anyways. Anytime you absorb another guild, we even had to talk with the people ahead of time, like, hey, if all of you come over and somebody ends up not meshing or not working out well for whatever reason or whatever, and we have to kick them, are you guys going to be a big package deal, or are you going to be okay with somebody in your group may not make the cut? And we had already had several other problems. Like they were a very mediocre guild and didn't have the best of players, but they had 4 or 5 really good players. But those 4 like their four main guys that were really good had been getting really burned out with their guild's raid team and were kind of exiting the game already. And this was supposed to be like the thing that would breathe life back into them, and get them wanting to come in and actually raid a little, to be with a more hardcore team and really push content. But two of them ended up not even coming over. They were just like, nah, I think we're just done with the game. And of course they were all related or something. Like two of them were brothers, one of them was their brother-in-law, and then the other one was really good friends with the other three. So when two of them didn't show up, the other two were just kind of, they kind of started half-assing it and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, Augie was all right, but he was not an amazing feral. He was much better than other ferals that we had up to that point, which is the reason that I liked him, because he was just better than the other two super shitty feral druids we had. But I mean, he wasn't phenomenal. He was a pretty cool guy, but yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things. So we're literally sitting around on raid night, and all 9 of the people from that guild boycott the raid. They won't join the raid team for the night. So out of 2 years of running this guild, that is the only time that the guild did not raid. We had to actually cancel the raid for the night because literally at raid time, 9 people declined to join the raid. The only time in the history of running this guild that we did not raid and did not do content on a raid night. That was also including a different night where Joe had to literally pull 10 people just right out of his asshole because so many people had like emergencies or had previously called out or whatever. That was during the massive windstorms that we had here where we live that knocked out all the power, and we had no power for like 5 or 6 days or something like that and could not play anything. Like we couldn't even boot our systems up. So Nell and I were taken out last minute, and then several other people had called out for various reasons or whatever, and then I think maybe 1 or 2 of the other people were also affected by storms. We had 10 people missing for raid that night, and Joe still managed to get a raid team together and raided. But yeah, this one all being very last second stuff. At least with Nell and I think our power went out like a day or 2 before raids, and so it was kind of understood that things weren't looking good, and he was going to have to be finding people. But still pretty brutal to have 10 people missing, and one of those being your primary healer, and then the other one being your raid lead and main tank. So. Yeah, exactly.
Isn't ready. I can't do that. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet.
But yeah, so they all basically boycott for the raid that night. 2 of them were actually people that we had promoted to officers out of that group. And and they were also boycotting, and I was like, you guys realize what the only option that you guys are affording me right here at this point, which is to G-kick your entire group. It's like you can't just boycott a raid. It's like there was already an issue with one guy waiting until the last minute to tell us he wasn't going to be able to make it to raid this week for 2 days over this situation. And then, so they were like, oh yeah, we totally understand. If you got to G-kick everybody, you got to make an example or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So I G-kicked their entire team. They all left. And then the very next day, they all went and raided with another guild somewhere else. And the guy that said that he wasn't going to be able to raid for 2 days was at that raid. So it's like, oh, you basically just tried to blow up a guild, and it wasn't successful for you, all because you claimed that you couldn't log in and raid for 2 days because you found out you were going to have to put your dog down. But then this goes sideways, and then the very next day you log on and you're on all fucking night long. Yeah, okay, dude. Which is exactly why I held people to the attendance policies, because people do stupid ass shit like that all the fucking time. And it's like, I just don't have time for people like that. Don't tell me you're going to do something and then not fucking do it. If you can't do it, then just say, I can't do it. I won't hold it against you.
Not enough rage.
Oh, this is going to be bad. Probably should run now. Should have healed before that next fight. I didn't see that one stealthing guy there. I thought I was going to have one solo. Oh, there. Did they reset? I'm still in combat. Oh, wait. There he is. He stealthed up to me and then just turned around and left. Didn't even try to stab me. So yeah, that kind of really, that whole situation just kind of burned me out on playing WoW. Just putting up with people like that all the time. But there was also another one that we had where I can't remember if it was. I don't keep up with sports at all, so I don't know when the Super Bowl is. So I don't know if this was related to Super Bowl or what. But towards the end of our raiding period, oh no, it was because we had our off tank. Was going to be he was technically our main tank, because at this point I was back to playing my DK tanking, but
Not enough rage.
I wasn't originally going to be tanking in that content. I was going to be playing my hunter, and then when that other guild split off, I switched back to my DK and started tanking again, because we had somebody that wanted to play DK tank, and then we had a druid from that other team who also wanted to tank, and that was all he wanted to do. So I wasn't even playing my my DK for Cataclysm initially, and then when that happened, I just finished leveling up my DK and got gear for it and started tanking with it. But so the other guy was technically our main tank, you know, because I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm raid lead, I'm taking this spot, you know. I was trying to be fair about the whole situation. That's what he wanted to do. He was going to be the main tank, and just because things change doesn't mean that I need to like jump in his spot. And he, you know, he wasn't a bad player, so like it wasn't like there was some sort of big skill gap or something either. So I just took that kind of back seat and off tanked and let him do all the main tanking, and it also made it a little easier to raid lead as well, which was nice. But yeah, I mean, he was going to be missing one day because he had a work trip that he had to take, and he took a lot of work trips and would always play, but he was going to somewhere out in the sticks, and they had really shitty internet, and he didn't want to raid on the internet because he was like, he's like, I'm going to be losing connection constantly probably, and it's just not going to be good for the raid team. So we were looking at picking up a backup tank to cover, but the content that we were doing, this was like week 2 or week 3 of phase 1 of Cataclysm, so we were still learning a lot of fights and stuff like that, and I did not want to do that content. Oh, Jesus, I've just done this again. I might not make it this time. Stunned. Don't have a dash this time. Shit. Too many stealthing guys. It's off. Ah! I almost made it. Oh, but anyways, we decided to call off raids for a week, and we didn't raid. And we had one new recruit that was a healer, and so we called off for a week. She had some questions about, you know, some of the fight that we were doing. We were working on I forgot what the dude's name is now, the big air boss, Alakir. Yeah, we were so we were working on Alakir, and we were having a whole lot of problems with the fight because probably half of the raid or more just did not understand how the fight works. And even though I would try to explain it to them, they still just wouldn't do it properly. You know, like I don't know where the malfunction was coming from. I think most of it was probably just like burnout and people not enjoying the content, and people weren't seriously putting in time, because the majority of our people were all raid logging. I mean, almost everyone on the server was raid logging. It was really bad for every guild. A lot of the top end guilds on our server either transferred to other servers to try to consolidate the amount of good players into one place, or yeah, I mean, a lot of them were bad. I mean, we had several bad players, but yeah, I mean, there were just a lot of people that were quitting the game in general. Yeah, I mean, that's like that was pretty much my argument exactly. I hadn't brought this up to Joe yet. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, but I was actually considering. So we still have the original Critical Mass Discord that most everybody's in. I've actually been considering talking to Joe about it and opening up because we still have the officer chat in there. I was thinking about opening up the officer chat so that people that are still in there could go back and read over the stuff that we used to talk about. I just don't know, like, I know it would piss off some of them, but like the ones that it would piss off, I don't fucking care if it pisses them off. But then I think some of the other people would actually get a kick out of reading, because, you know, a lot of people knew who the problem people were and where all the issues were coming from. And it's like, yeah, man, I get it. We talk about this person every single time. You know, like we talk about them in officer meetings and everything. We're going over all their logs. They just suck. But there's literally no one else to replace them. So it's like, if we kick them, we're just going to 24-man. And yeah, they're doing 10% of the DPS that everybody else is. But, you know, as long as they can not die, that's, you know, that's still 1,000 DPS that we wouldn't have otherwise. So... But yeah, anyways, so the main tank was going to be missing. I didn't want to do the content with a brand new tank that had no idea how to do the fights, because the Cataclysm fights were hard. I mean, they were not easier. They were significantly harder than anything else that, you know, people had faced in Classic so far. A lot of mechanics and just significantly more difficult content. And I was like, we already know how to do a bunch of these fights, and a lot of it is being carried by the tanks and healers because we had so many bad DPS. And I don't know how well this is going to work if we don't have our normal tank and healing team. You know, like if we don't have both of our tanks there that are normally there. I was like, I think this is going to end up being really bad. So I just decided to take the whole week off, let everybody take a little bit of a break. We had spent, like, at this point, like 3 weeks on Alakir already, maybe 4, and just were not making reasonable progress at all. And I was like, you know, maybe everybody could just use a little break. So we take that whole week off, and this new healer that we had recruited, you know, I had this entire conversation with her when she joined, and then you know, we went through this, you know, the whole spiel of, you know, this is what I expect, this is where we're at, this is what we're doing. We were ahead of her guild. Her guild was only a 10-man guild, which 10-man content, it just is not as difficult as 25-man content. And everybody wanted to bullshit and be like, oh yeah, it's super hard. It's, you know, it's actually harder than 25-man content. But then once it came out, everybody quickly remembered, oh yeah, this shit's stupid easy. It's not hard. And her guild could not kill Alakir even on 10-man. And then she came to our raid. She was still raiding with, she had a character in our guild and then still had a character in her other guild, but she really wanted to do 25-man content. She took our strats to her 10-man guild, and they beat Alakir that night. And I'm like, I know, there's nothing wrong with the strat. It's the people that we have that aren't doing it properly, which is where the problem is coming from. So she took the strat and took it to her other guild, and they beat it. And then, you know, she's talking back and forth with me about all this kind of stuff and, you know, this, that, and the other, and like, oh, hey, what are some ideas? I had a meeting. So the week that we took off for raiding, I held a meeting with the healers. And so I had all the healers get in Discord, and we kind of went over, you know, just kind of like, hey, you know, how are you guys feeling about how the healing system is done? Are you feeling like you're getting, you know, stretched too thin? Because it's a really, really hard fight to heal because of how easy it is for DPS to just screw up and just get obliterated. And every time you lose someone, it makes it harder for everyone else in that area. So, you know, I wanted to make sure the healers weren't getting insanely stressed over trying to heal. If it, you know, maybe I was asking more out of them than what it was capable for them to do. So we had a big meeting. She was there. We talked about all kinds of different ideas, came up with some different thoughts on how to approach some of the fight, and had a really good plan for what we were going to do the next week at raid time. you know, so she's super into it. She's messaging me back and forth all week, you know, about, you know, some other ideas that she had come up with. You know, most of them were fairly decent. We were talking about implementing some of it. And then literally, what was it, Joe? It was less than an hour before raid time, wasn't it? I can't remember, but it was very, very close to raid time. And she just messages me and is like, hey, sorry, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to be part of this raid team anymore because I just can't handle the concept of fighting one boss for, you know, more than a week or two and not making any progress on it. So I'm not going to be able to be part of this raid team anymore. My time is too valuable to sit here and wipe to raid bosses all night. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I flat out called her a cunt. I was like, you're a fucking cunt. And I literally just G-kicked her and kicked her out, like banned her from the Discord at that point. I was like, most worthless piece of shit fucking person I have ever seen in my life. It's like we were off from raids for 2 weeks. You were actively in meetings where you were actively coming up with different ideas and things like that to do stuff. And at no point did you say, hey, I'm considering, you know, just not raiding here because, you know, what, you know, this, that, or the other, or whatever. It's like we weren't doing extra raid time. It's not like we were raiding longer because we were wiping. We did 3-hour raid nights. That was it. So it's like it didn't matter if we were wiping on a boss or not. It's like we were doing progression. That's what progression is. And it's like the fact that she waited for a 2-week outage, put in all this positive information, trying to come up with ideas and things to improve the healing situation, and then waits until 30 minutes before raid time to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna leave, I'm not gonna stay here anymore. It's like, just did not make any sense whatsoever. Like, bitch was totally fucking on the spectrum. But yeah, she is a worthless piece of shit, and I will say that until the day that I fucking die. It's like, people like that just absolutely disgust me. I have zero respect for them. And yeah, so yeah, that's what was one of the things that Joe was saying is she actually went to the Discord server for and at that point, that's when I told Joe that I was like, I'm tired of this. I was like, I don't want to fucking raid lead anymore. I don't want to do this shit anymore. It's like I'm spending like 60 and 70 fucking hours a week going through people's logs, trying to teach these morons how to fucking play their characters the right way, and you know, this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, I'm fucking tired of it. I'm like, I just don't want to do this anymore. It's not fun. It's like, I'm not getting paid to do this, but I do this more than I would do a real fucking job. It's like, it is just absolutely not worth it. So that's when we decided to call it quits on the guild in general. And it was really funny because, like I said, she tried to take it to the server Discord and tried to get me in trouble there, but I had already left the server. Like, I had already quit the game, so I left the server. You know, like, who fucking cares about some unofficial fucking server Discord? It's like, that place was a fucking cesspool anyways. It's like the only people that really ever got in there, they just went there to troll other people. Like, so many funny stories about stupid ass shit that people would argue about in there, and just like the GM and raid lead, or GM and co-GM channel was just nothing but people picking fights with each other all the time. And it's like, you guys aren't even in the same guild. It's like, why would any of you have a reason to be shitty with each other? It's like, you're not in the same guild, you don't raid together. What is this other GM doing that's pissing you off so bad? Like, like, I just don't get it. It's like, you know, maybe if they were stealing your members or something like that, but I mean, my argument with that one is like, if you have members that are willing to leave your guild and go to another guild, it's because the content that you are providing for that guild is bad. People who enjoy their guild and enjoy the people that they're playing with, they don't leave. It doesn't matter if I'm one of the top guilds in the world. If I message them and I'm like, hey, come join our guild, if they like where they're at, they're not gonna leave. If they're unhappy with where they're at, if they don't have that fulfillment that they're looking for, then they will leave. So it's like, if people are stealing your members, or, you know, I love the term poaching members. It's like, yeah, it's not quite the same thing, but sure. But yeah, I mean, it's like, people would cry that stuff all the fucking time, and it's like, it's not poaching if these people are unhappy and don't want to be here. It's like, you caused this. This is not a Jesus, I'm gonna end up fucking getting splattered again, talking too much and not paying attention to keeping myself alive. 3 rolls wrong. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna get enough mana to heal myself. Come on, bear. Here we go. I don't think this is gonna happen, but I don't have a whole lot of choice. I might be able to get it. If I can keep these guys from running. That regen was actually pretty powerful. Oh, by the way, that's another bonus that they've stuck on in this game now. One of the I can't remember if it's a class book that you have to pick up or if it is a if it was one of the runes, but there's a buff that you can give yourself that allows druids for their regens to stack with other druids' regens. So it actually makes druid healers good to have in this content because they don't overwrite each other's regenerations like they used to. So a lot of quality of life things that they've stuck in here. But yeah, anyways, at the end of the day, I mean, it is what it is. The old Cataclysm stuff is out. That stuff was a shit show towards the end. I think that a lot of it had to do with just how Blizzard was doing their games, like having too many versions. I honestly feel like what Blizzard really wanted to happen was that they wanted to make Classic to get the old school players back into the game that used to really love the game and got out of it when they changed everything. And then they thought, oh, well, we'll get them in here and they'll get hooked to playing WoW again. And then when they get unhappy with Classic, they'll all just come over to retail because they'll still really want to play WoW. Wrong answer. People were just like, fuck it. We still hate retail. We hate what you've done with the game. And the part of the game that we enjoyed, which was literal Classic. I mean, I don't think there's hardly anyone that you would talk to that when you say, what is Classic WoW, that their response is not vanilla through Wrath. It's like Cataclysm is the beginning of the end. It's like that was the change. That was the point when people started really not enjoying the game. To be honest, a lot of things that were added to it, the middle towards the end of Wrath was actually what started causing people to not enjoy the game. Random Dungeon Finder was a troll fest and ridiculous, and it got rid of the concept of you having a presence on the server. Actually, I don't need to do this. I'm about to level. But like you had a reputation on a server, and if your reputation was poor, you didn't get into groups, you didn't get into guilds, you didn't get to raid. It would fix itself. And and then they started introducing like name changing, so then people could just be complete trolls, loot whore stuff, like ninja loot stuff, be an asshole to people, do whatever they had to do to get all the gear they wanted, and then just name change their character, and then no one knows who they are anymore, and then they have a fresh new rep on the server. And it's like, so like name changes were a bad idea. And then they put LFD into the game, which was also a bad idea because now it doesn't matter if you have a shitty reputation. You can just queue for dungeons and run with people and be a complete asshole in there, and a giant chance that you will never see those people again. So I mean, you could roll, like that was the most common thing in when that came up in Classic during Wrath and also during Kata, is people would do the old school shit. Because they gave us the old school version of Dungeon Finder, which was when you could just vote kick people as much as you wanted to. There was no restrictions on vote kicking, and it was a small majority win. So you would have a 5-man team, 4 people would queue together, and then they would get like one random DPS or something like that, and they're like, oh well, we really want the DPS item at the end of the run. Hey, random DPS person that's not part of this guild, are you after XYZ item? Oh, you are? Okay, cool. Fight all the way up to the last boss. Halfway through the fight, vote kick the dude and just kick him right out of the fucking group. It's like, you're not getting the item now, bitch. I mean, it's like people just do that stuff, and it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't get it. and Blizzard just thought that was cool. You know, like that just goes to show how fucking stupid Blizzard is in general, that they don't care about their customer base, they don't care about their players, and they are only interested in trying to get as many people paying them you know, money as possible, which is, you know, leads straight into the $90 fucking auction house mount that they just added to the game recently. 90 fucking real life dollars to buy a mount in game. Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Not ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
I gotta get into the back end of this fucking cave, but there's so many things here. But yeah, so, you know, you run into,
Not enough rage.
sorry, I was thinking about how I need to approach this a little better and kind of lost track of what I was saying.
Not ready. Not enough rage. Isn't ready yet.
Yeah, thinking about getting to the back end of the cave.
Need more rage. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
It's always an interesting topic for most males. You get lost in the thought process, trying to get to the back end of that cave.
That ability isn't not ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
No, Joe, you came back at exactly the right time. So yeah, so anyways, this is still the original version of Critical Mass from the Atish server. Joe came over and created this. This was Joe's forward thinking for one of those few moments of brilliance that Joe had. So, you know, we were all concerned about SoD coming out because of it being, you know, like so many people were like, oh, you know, ooh, new shiny, you know, like everybody wanted to check it out, everybody wanted to play it, and we were kind of concerned that people might start disappearing, you know, or it's like, oh, it's raid time, oh, imagine that, XYZ person isn't on. Wonder where they are. So Joe's big bright idea was, hey, I'm gonna go over and recreate this guild on the, you know, the server that everybody's playing on, and get everybody to join it. You know, and he basically just went in 100% with it. And I'll die before you fucking aggro that. God damn it, you cocksucker. Oh, this is not gonna end well. Yeah. This is such a pain in the ass. Like, the number of enemies that run in here is just ridiculous. Yeah. I really need survival instincts or something. Another runner. Probably gonna go up there and aggro more dudes. Need more rage, motherfucker. Oh, he didn't actually aggro anyone. Oh, that's it. It's gonna be hard to res in there too, because by the time I get back, all that stuff's gonna fucking repop. But yeah, so Joe came over here, created this guild, got everybody to join, so that when it was raid time and somebody didn't show up, bloody shots, for example, Joe could just log over here onto his character and be like, hey bitches, raid time, log off this fucking game and get over to the other game so we can raid. So that was Joe's insight of brilliance for how to handle this content going out, because a lot of guilds went through a lot of attrition over SoD, they couldn't get their people to get off of this game and come back and raid because it was too hard to track them all down. So Joe just went head first into it. He had really no interest in playing over here, but he got in here and played and did some stuff, and kept the guild running, got everybody to join. Nobody was the wiser. So yeah, I was actually enjoying playing over here. It was pretty fun, but I mean, I always logged off and went to raid on time because raiding is what I like to do. So, but yeah, it ended up being a really good idea and got us through the initial hit of SoD. And just like any other game, as soon as SoD kind of lost its luster, immediately everybody came back to playing regularly. It was just like anything else. It was the new hotness, and then people quickly got bored of it and gave up. But yeah, so that's where this guild came from. Once we decided, like, I completely decided to quit playing over here and just got out of the game totally. And then Joe got to the point to where he just didn't want to spend the time over here anymore. So he turned the guild over to Bloody Shots, and Bloody's been running the guild ever since. And he kept it going. I think it was mostly just Matisti, Kazram, and Bloody Shots, I think, were the only people from the Kata raid team that were still playing over here by the time that happened. It was just the three of them, and Matisti was being blackmailed into being over here. He still basically claims that he is, but he comes because he likes helping out the people, and he wants to be dependable for the guild and stuff like that. But I don't think he's really enjoying playing all that much anymore. I think he's mostly just enjoying the company. And then Kazram and Bloody Shots are still both enjoying the content really well, so they're happy with it. But everybody else that's in this guild up until this point are all people that they met here on SoD, and none of them are guild, like old guild members or anything like that. And I know, Midget is one of the people in this guild that like, Midget's probably the only one that's been here long enough at this point to know, but there were probably a lot of people in this guild that hated me in the early day, because I wasn't originally going to play this, and everybody else came in and started playing it, but the majority of them had never played base classic before. Like, I don't think Bloody Shots had ever played base classic before, so he didn't understand even the basic things behind it. Like, if you're playing base classic, you want an auto shot timer as a hunter, and that's what he played, because you would clip your auto shots in this game. So you had to have an auto shot timer so that you would know when you could cast your other abilities, when the window was large enough to cast the ability and have it go off, and then also still get your auto shot off. So that was the issue that that he didn't understand at the beginning, and he has since fixed the issue once he found out it was a thing. But yeah, I mean, it's like, so when I came over to play, I immediately came in, leveled up really fast, went into the raid, and like, I didn't have any raid gear, and they had been clearing everything except the last two bosses. And I was like the top DPS in the raid team in that 10-man, just because I understood the concept of how to properly play a hunter in this content, because I played it competitively during Classic, so it was still very fresh to me. Whereas some of these other guys that were playing, they had never played this content before, didn't know about swing timers and all that kind of stuff, and how much of a difference it really made in your damage. It wasn't because I was, phenomenal at the game. It was just because I knew more information about what was going on than they did. And so I ended up being the top DPS in the raid team that night. And then they had never been able to kill the last two bosses previously, and we killed both of the last two bosses that night. I think we one-shot the boss that had been stopping them. So I haven't let Bloody Shots live past that ever since then. I keep telling them the only reason that they ever got it done was because I came and carried them. But yeah, I mean, it was fun. Like I had a good time with the raids. They were short. I mean, we did the whole raid in like 30 minutes or 35 minutes, something like that. It's just a nice small amount of. Jesus, this dude's got like a reflect shield, I think is what's going on. God damn it. Need to kill this one that's low health and get him off of me. Oh, there's another dude. There's just too many enemies in here. Like, this is not reasonable. I'm straight up gonna die again. Huh? Yeah, there's no XP loss in this game, but makes me look like an absolute fucking tool, and I can't clear out a fucking dungeon that I'm 4 levels higher than. I think everything in here is like level fucking 37, and I'm just getting my shit pushed in here. My gear is not phenomenal, but this place sucks. I need to go and do my other, actually I need to go turn in that Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest and that XP before it starts to deteriorate. I think I've got all the kills that I need. I may try to just pop in here and pop into cat form real quick and stealth to the dude at the end, find a better place to not have to fight through that fucking hallway where they just run and collect other dudes. Because like there's so many enemies in there, you can't fight through this solo and kill everything, and they just keep like bringing a friend constantly. Yeah, 18th time. But yeah, that's kind of my goal with SoD, is the fact that this content is really easy if you're used to playing other WoW. Now, the people that have never played WoW before or haven't ever raided before, the basic mechanics of raids and stuff like that, they're still going to have to learn, and they're still going to have to figure it out and get good at it. I'm not saying that any just random moron can come in here and perform well. I'm just saying for someone that has played the game a lot, this content is easy. I mean, if you know all of these fights, they're easier than they ever have been. So you're going to have less of a problem. Oh, hey, look, there's somebody else in here doing stuff. Yeah. A guild has no name instead of a girl has no name. Nice. Did that bitch just shoot fucking poison at me? What the hell? My thoughts exactly. Yeah, back over here. Stop trying to run. Punk. Want to buy mana faster? But yeah, so this content's easier, it's faster. I mean, even like Blackwing Lair, you know, this content used to be 40-man. They've busted all of the 40-man raids down to 20-man raids. So it's like it's even fewer people that you have to get than what was in Classic at this point. So, sorry, in like Cataclysm at this point. So you have to have 5 less people. They support flex raiding here, which means that you can raid with anywhere between 20 and 40 players. So it's like you can still come in here with 40 players, but you don't have to. You know, into this raid content, you can do it with less. So, you know, a lot of guilds will do it with somewhere between 20 and 25. The people that are doing speed running, if you play with any more than 20 players, then it's you know, it's a thing, you know, like, so you're not in the same table if you're playing with more than 20 players. You don't get into the same table of players for you know, for like doing fast kill times or speed runs or anything like that. Hey, Honey Buzz, about time you log in. But yeah, I mean, it's the content is just lighter, you know, for somebody that's used to a lot more of a hardcore rating system. So I'm looking forward to getting in here, not being a raid leader, not being any kind of leader. I just show up, I do my shit, and I leave, and that's all I have to worry about. And I do it for, you know, maybe during progression content we might have to do like a full raid night. You know, I don't know if they do 2 or 3 hour raids. But yeah, I mean, it's oh great, now we get to fight back out. But yeah, you know, it's the concept of everything just being a lot more laid back and simple. I'm looking forward to that, and not having such a headache to have to deal with. So yeah, hopefully it works out well and everything goes smooth. I mean, they've been raiding fine over here for a while. They've mostly just been having a problem finding bodies. Like they're having issues just getting people to, you know, to show up to some of the raids. So, you know, I came over here and started playing, and then Fluid jumped in and is playing. And we may have 1 or 2 people from, whoops, wrong one. We may have 1 or 2 people that pop in from the old Kata group that we're playing over. I think they're, Bloody, I think, has been talking to Sinner, trying to get him to come over here and play, so he may come back and play with us some. I don't know, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's always possible. No, he's just gonna try to run it. I don't, why did you come after me? I didn't do anything. Can't be a shaman. I don't think anyone's gonna go for it. Oh yeah, he had to lay on hands to survive that. Oh crap. Alright, come on, stop with the fucking dazing. The other thing too is this is old school version of the game, so anytime you get attacked from behind, you're basically getting dazed. You get knocked off your mount super easy. So you do have all those old school things that have kind of, I'm a little bit rusty on some of this because, you know, this all went away basically with like Burning Crusade and then Wrath of the Lich King and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if he's gonna make it. He can't. He bubbled to get out here. Yeah, he I popped him with a regen. He looks like he may have stopped and healed himself with something else. So stop and kill this crap. Look at that one, ran away. That's not anything we have to worry about. See, that's cool. That is a cool interaction with that. I have no idea who that dude is. Randomly saw him in a dungeon. We were obviously going for the same things, invited him, we grouped up, and we cooperated and went through the shit. When I was playing Classic, you could not fucking get people to do that. Like, you would go to a zone where, like, the only thing you have to do there is kill quests, which means that 5 people could be in a group and all complete the quest at the exact same time. No one would fucking group because they were all assholes. Like, they just wanted to be ahead of everybody else. They didn't want you grouping with them and getting to do quests at the same time. They wanted to get ahead of you. Like it was just such a cancerous culture as things got further and further away from original Classic. It was just so bad. I think it's just a different minded people that enjoy playing in this era. It goes back to the people that played in the early days that were, you know, a lot more laid back people and actually enjoyed grouping and, you know, doing content together and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like anytime you're going through a dungeon or something like that, or, you know, like a cave or a kill quest, or, you know, oh, hey, we got to go kill this one named guy for a thing that drops for everyone. It's like, group with people. Don't be a dick. Like, just group with them. It's really not that hard. And now I look like less of a moron because I didn't die 15 more times trying to get to the end of that cave. And people ask why I don't play hardcore mode. You want to see some raging Rashaka? Let's play some fucking hardcore. That's how it happens right there. Yeah, seriously. Nell has reverted to playing some PAL World. She's trying to get her time in before it gets removed from the market. Before they ban the game. Fucking Nintendo. Okay. I don't have... Most of this stuff is starting to turn green at the moment, but I need to knock this stuff out. Like, this bonus XP, like, it's nice that they give it to you, but it really throws off when you're trying to do dungeons and stuff like that. It's really... Or not dungeons, but just leveling and going through and clearing a zone. Because the stuff, you just out-level it so quickly. And a bunch of your quests will turn green on you, and then the amount of experience you get drops as it keeps dropping in level compared to what you are. And then plus all the kill quests and stuff, like all the creatures are turning green to you as well, so they're offering less and less XP for kills. But then if you try to go to a new area, then you're not quite high enough to level there, but then you're too high for the level to be very fast here, so sometimes it creates these little like artificial bubbles of slow leveling, which is really annoying. Though if you played EverQuest, we would just call them hell levels and move on, but... It's a couple of weeks, I think, Joe. I'm sorry, I didn't see the message. Let me ask Bloody here. I'm trying to make a pretty mad dash here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it happen or not, but I need to get to level 60, get some gear, and farm 21,000 Carapace shards before AQ opens, because I actually want to get the black Scarab mount this time. So that was one of the things that made me decide to go ahead and get back into the game when I did, because I was listening to Bloody and some other people talk about this content, and that was coming out. And I was like, oh man, that's like one of the few mounts that I never really did. I didn't do it in vanilla WoW. Because back then, people didn't cooperate and try to get multiple people to mount. You basically, like, one person per server got that mount. But now that people understand how it works, in Classic they work together, and I mean there were some guilds that had 5 or 6 people that got them, per guild. And then, but I was not actually playing Classic when AQ40 launched, so I did not get it. I played Molten Core and like the first week or so of BWL, and we were playing with like a bunch of college kids, and they were just like so fucking moronic. I got so sick of dealing with it. It was on the Horde side, and we just quit. And then we ended up coming back right before Nax came out. We came back, and that's how we got onto the Atish server, because Nell had some old high school friends that played there. So we went and joined their guild and did the end of AQ, the end of AQ40, all of Nax. Or the end of AQ40 and like half of Nax we did with them, and then that guild started having issues where it was starting to fall apart. Had a lot of internal drama and stuff. So I ended up leaving and going to a different guild where I finished out the remainder of vanilla, or of base classic, and then we started up Critical Mass at the beginning of Burning Crusade. was actually really funny the way that they kind of cut people. The guild, because the guild that I was in, you know, Nax is a 40-man raid, and then when you go into Burning Crusade, everything drops down to 25-man. So one of the issues that a lot of guilds faced was, are you going to run 2 raid teams, or are you just going to cut 15 people? And the guild that we were running in at the end of Nax had decided that they were just going to cut 15 people and run 1 raid team. And I think the guild leader was actually kind of pissed off when I left to go start my own guild, because I was one of the keepers. I was one of the ones that he wanted to keep. And so I was completely unaware that they were doing this, because I already knew that we were going to start our own guild. So my thing was, I was just going to stay with them until the end of the expansion, and then I was just going to say, hey, you know, once we're done with this content, you know, I'm going to go do my own thing. And I just never thought about it. I didn't really get into the guild politics over there, didn't really get to know a whole lot of people or anything. And they went through and made the big announcement of all the people that they were kicking, and my name wasn't in the list. And then I was like, oh man, feels bad, but yeah, I'm not going to stay. But that guild ended up falling apart. The guild leader made a lot of really bad decisions. He was another one of those guys where he had friends and family that he kept in the guild that were not good players, and he chose to keep them over good people. And yeah, the guild ended up going belly up at one point. He was a really cool guy, like super friendly, really nice guy. You know, loved to get on and play and do content, but he definitely had that, you know, friends and family first kind of concept, and it kind of showed in their loot system a little bit as well, which you know, I don't get into loot favoritism either. It's like, I just want loot to be distributed evenly and fairly, and you know, for the whatever way benefits the raid team the most. So it's like, in my opinion, if you're a shitty player, you should be last on the list to get a piece of gear, because you're not going to utilize the piece of gear as well as someone who's better than you are. Refer back to what I just said, Fluid. Gear doesn't go to shitty players first, it goes to better players first. Fluid was the best feral druid in the guild at the time that he was there.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet.
Feral druid was really, really difficult to play. Rank 3 worldwide. What, in one fight? On All Stars didn't mean anything. All Stars is like the dumbest tracking system ever. But yeah, and that and in Blackwing Depths, yeah. I don't even understand how you had an All Stars thing in there, because we never finished the last boss on Heroic. Like, we quit before that, so it's like like there must have been almost no one playing druids if that was the case, because by the time we quit, a lot of people had already killed Nefarian. But we picked our battle to be Alakir and stayed there for 2 months. Oh yeah. I mean, we stayed with all the problems that we had with that guild. We stayed very competitive during that era. I mean, we were one of the top guilds on the server, so it wasn't bad. Yeah, you were another one of those guys, kind of like Bumpin', that came in with, you know, like that was like your first experience raiding was with us, wasn't it? Like raiding with an actual team and not just like a random GDKP or something. Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple diamonds in the rough like that. People that didn't have any. Oh, you hadn't done any GDKPs either? Yeah, I don't know if Bumpin had actually done any either. When Bumpin applied to our guild, it was at the very end of Burning Crusade. He wasn't even level capped for Burning Crusade when he tried to apply. I mean, and to be fair, like, I knew he was coming in to play Wrath, and you know, wasn't necessarily trying to be competitive for Burning Crusade. And it was, I mean, it literally like 3 weeks from the end of Burning Crusade when he applied, maybe 4 weeks. But like, I knew a lot of people would be coming in for the new expansion, so I wasn't opposed to having somebody that wasn't even level cap yet getting in and giving it a shot, because it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a video game. If you just put in a little bit of study time and some practice, it's not like these games aren't designed to be conquered. So it's like the way that people get so uptight and elitist over all this shit just absolutely blows my mind. It's like, instead of being a dipshit and talking about how much better you are than everybody else, take a little bit of time to train the other people that you're playing with and show them how to get better. It's like, don't be a dick about this stuff. It's like, it's just absolutely not necessarily. Like, I think I was like the number 2 DK tank on our server at the time. I don't know where I ranked in the world, because to be honest, I just didn't give a shit. I wanted to do the content. And you know, it's like, I always try to play at a very high level when I'm playing, and I just don't understand people that don't want to share the knowledge that they have. It's like, that's the whole reason that people have become so good at playing now, is because of things like all the different class discords where people get together and they learn and figure out, you know, all of these damage equations and figure out the absolute best rotations to use and stuff. Like, all of that comes from people sharing knowledge. And it's like, the fact that you would have people that just would not share knowledge was baffling to me. Especially when there were people that were on the same team. I kind of understand it if you're in direct competition, so like, you're the number 1 and number 2 guild in the world, and you don't want to share strats because both of you want to be number 1 to finish. I get that. But it's like, if you're in the same guild and like, you're having problems killing a boss or doing something like that, it's like, dude, share the shit out of the knowledge that you have that makes you be able to do this mechanic that other people are having problems with. It's like, you're literally cutting your nose off to spite your face at that point. All right, man. See you, Joe. We'll catch you maybe tomorrow. Joe always having to run. I always tell him to slow down or life's gonna pass him by. He doesn't listen though. Oh man, I died so many times in that cave up, my shit's broke. Oh, sad. I got tigers, oh, panthers. Oh, this is starting to hurt. These green quests. I want to get these done so I can kill the three name guys and then do Bengalash, and at least one of the 3 major quest lines here gives me a pretty decent upgrade over what I've got. Kaz, what are you doing playing a warrior? Kaz plays everything now. Kaz, I think I talked to Bloody before I started stream. He said he was good for Nomer after you guys do ZG. I think doing ZG and Thunderin. Is somebody actually trying to finish another Thunder Fury, or what's going on with that? If you're even in here. Okay, so is Thunderin just a boss that you can do now for like some kind of loot or something, or what's it like? What's the reasoning for doing that if you're not trying to complete a Thunder Fury? Oh, okay, okay. That's cool. Yeah, take it easy, Warfriend. Lay off that alcohol, man. We'll get you. All right, I'm gonna hide on a I don't know where actually. There's all kinds of like hidden cats over here. Oh, that is a nice dagger. That looks like a boomkin dagger to me. Wait, do I not have the thing for the tigers? Huh. I need to go back and turn in that quest. Turn in that, and I should have the quest to turn in that. I got that last item to finish up the Green Hills of Stranglethorn, so that the collection of those quests should give me a pretty good chunk through the rest of this level. Gotta keep working on getting that skinning skill up so I can continue to skin in the incursions. It's like they keep getting higher and higher level and my skinning keeps falling behind. But I'm gonna finish this quest to kill the, I need like 10 of these Shadow Maw Panthers, then I'm gonna take a very short break so we can get a little commercial reel going, but don't want people to keep getting assaulted by pre-roll ads. Those are so ridiculous. Like, they should at least have it set up to where when you join a new channel that you can have a few minutes to get interested in what that streamer is doing before you get assaulted with ads. It's like most people, if they go to a new channel and there's ads, they're just like, eh, and they leave. Oh, this is gonna aggro. No? Oh, he was chasing somebody else. Okay. Good deal. Oh, that's right. These things all share a spawn. Those tigresses and the panthers share spawns. And no one kills tigresses, so panthers are not gonna be around in a lot of places. Yeah, you can see that guy had the exact same idea. He was getting ready to run the one direction, and he's like, oh, nope, that's a tiger. I don't want to fight that, and just left. Went somewhere else. Yeah, these are like all tigers over here. Oh, there was a panther. Oh, it looks like he was actually over here killing. There's two dead panthers over here. One of them respawned as a panther, thankfully. And you just kind of go through and clear out all of these and see if I can get any of them to respawn as panthers. Especially with somebody else over here doing the quest. It's going to take forever. Oh, there's two other people over here questing. Wait, Shadow can't hide. What's that used for? I don't recall that being a thing. Excuse me. Page. Adieu.
They can't join our group.
Blizzard is really bad about doing this, especially in the vanilla era, of having quests that NPC share spawns and you want one of them but not the other one. And it's like that was just such a terrible design for quests, because everyone just goes and kills the one that they want and then they just leave the other ones up. So you eventually get to a point to where like everybody wants panthers right now, but all of the spawns are tigresses. So it's like somebody has to be the moron that runs around and kills all the tigresses, and then
I can't do that.
somebody else will sneak in behind them and kill all the panthers again, out of the ones that respawn.
Not enough range.
Which looks like I'm going to be the moron this time. I want these things and there's none up, so.
I need to get closer. Not enough range. Need more range. Not enough range. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. I need a target.
Why aren't you playing right now, Fluid? You got schoolwork to do or something? I thought midterms were over.
It is too far away. Ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Oh. Yeah, I'm getting a little concerned, Fluid. You're touching more grass than what is reasonable for a WoW player. I'm gonna have to tell Bloody Shots that may change your position for getting on a raid team. I'm just saying. Guess what, man? 3 days until Stalker 2.
That yet.
I'm excited. I hope it's good.
Rage. Not ready yet.
Last time I got excited, though, I got once human, so.
Isn't
Yeesh.
ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Isn't ready yet.
This quest was so much more fun to do as a hunter. Yeah, I'm not sure I've actually really ever leveled much in Classic era. that wasn't a hunter. So it's like a lot of these quests, I'm having to relearn how to do them because A, I'm playing a melee character, and B, I don't have a pet. Get lazy and just mashing the lacerate button, not really using other abilities. That's cool. I was just gonna give him that, but you put a gold in there. I'll take it. I still gotta fund my mount. I'm high enough level to get the level 40 mount, but I can't afford it. I'm a broke bitch. Well, to be fair, I just asked if anybody had an extra one. He actually asked to buy one, so. But I don't believe in tipping. Cow tipping. Cow tipping is about the only tipping I would believe in, but even that's fake. No one's tipping cows. It's just something you get stupid drunk people to try. I will say I've been a little spoiled by playing in Wrath and Kata era, where the fairy fire that you use in forums does damage, so you can actually use it to tag stuff with. Oh, how many more of these do I need? 3 more still. Ugh. Oh crap, I just realized I leveled and spent a point in the wrong tree. I was being a moron and had been neglecting Omen of Clarity. I should have gotten that a lot earlier, and then I started spending points on it yesterday, and then I leveled today and put points back in the feral tree, not thinking about it. Sucks. Like, you know, gotta always keep on the lookout while you're farming this area, because if you're killing the tigresses, when the shadow moths spawn, they're not stealthing yet, so you can actually see them spawn in, and then you'll know they're there. Might give you a slight advantage over someone else running through the area that doesn't know it's there yet. right there.
Need more rage.
Well, that wasn't too bad, so I'll just need one more after this. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes me to get it.
Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Need more rage. I can't do that yet.
Always seems like the last of everything in WoW is the hardest one to get. Especially in collection quests. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Isn't ready yet.
I think the game is also designed to where, like, if there's not very many Shadow Maw up and you kill Tigress, that it will get the Shadow Maw to spawn. So maybe just staying in this tiny area and killing stuff repeatedly is what allows them to keep generating over here. Not 100% positive on that, but it kind of seems like it feels that way. Oh hey, we can go and start killing that named in the cave over here to get that absurdly rare sword. So we can save it for Cataclysm Season of Discovery when it sells for like 1 billion fucking gold. I'll just start collecting up tons of them. Fill up my bank full of them. You didn't hear that, Kazrim. It's my idea, not yours. Find your own rare sword to farm. I'll fight this thing. I could get a new pair of boots or a suitcase.
Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Ready yet. Can't do that yet.
Want to buy hit rating? Two other little quests to do there. Sweet Amber. What is that quest? Okay. Druid life. Never have to worry about crossing bodies of water ever. Wait a minute. Jungle stalkers are another raptor, so yeah, not gonna be ready for that.
Be careful.
Glide. Wings. Yes.
Go
Magthera.
friend.
What's on your mind?
Why is this one not wanting to come? Why am I missing it? How am I missing an 8? I just picked one up a little while ago. Like literally looted it off the ground.
See you soon.
Need help?
Keep some of this meat because I'm gonna have to do some cooking for some later quests, but bags are getting full. Dropped a bunch of this crap in the bank
Light
before I
blessing.
left. Go up here and turn in this quest. I'm gonna take a really quick break.
Light be with you. Be careful. Light bless you.
Wow, that was worth 7,800 XP. What the hell is up with that? Like 10% of the level. Alright. Quick AFK. I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Gonna run a commercial reel while I'm gone so people can get in without being assaulted. Fun stuff. All right, we're back. All right, so got a couple of named that I can go take out, and I'll go down and clear out all those jungle stalkers. I got a couple of other little quests to get. Well, oh yeah, that's the one where you gotta find the this is why I'm always running around in bear form. Travel form is so much faster. Much wasted time. Oh yeah. Well, it's here. Clarity would be so nice right about now. See, 230 skinning, so I should be getting pretty high. I think I needed 295, or sorry, not 295. 205. I think was 41. So that's another 5. So I should be able to skin up to level 46 creature or so now. Two up on top of the hill for maybe I can just kind of stealth in and snag them. Make that jump. Oh, nope. Let me be in the forum anyways. Actually up on top anyways. Maybe not. I think it is like, right, yeah, right there. I hate how if you butt right up against something, it won't let you jump anymore instead of just kind of making you slide a little bit. All right, well, 37. Probably gonna aggro one of these no matter what I do. Crap, you gotta get crazy close to this. Ah, aggro both of them. Shit. Alright, you shouldn't have that kind of range. Come on. Aggro the witch doctor. There we go.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. Isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet.
The what? Oh yeah, Nomergon will be after they finish ZD at some point. They had actual raids tonight. May have made some friends. May have made a lot of friends. Alright. Oh, come on. You're from like a mile away. Off. Probably gonna aggro, but that pull 4 thing.
Not ready yet.
Have you? Come on. Ah, why did that last one aggro like so late?
Not enough rage. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. Can't do that yet. Isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Jesus, another one.
Do that yet. Need more rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Can't do that yet. Isn't ready yet. Just too far away. Need more rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Actually, really surprised at the attitude of people in SoD just in general. I don't know if I'm just getting really lucky, but it's like this is another person that I asked in the open chat looking for a page 8. Starting to think Nell didn't collect all this stuff out of the mailbox. Like when you were running me down here, I think you missed something in the mailbox. Because I should have only been missing a page 4, but I was missing 4 and 8. Weird. No. No, I got them all from the auction house. But yeah, I just asked if anybody had a page 8, and this person looked through, like ran down to town, looked through their bank, and then logged on to alts and looked through their alts, and then went to the neutral auction house and found one there and bought it and is going to give it to me. It's like, just don't see that that mentality much from people playing WoW. Be really interested to see what they end up doing with SoD after base game is over. Like, are they gonna They're gonna go into Burning Crusade SoD and then start giving people like Cataclysm skills, or they'll launch Burning Crusade and bring out Death Knights.
Well met. Safe travels.
I think those gloves were an upgrade. Yeah. But need angle on them. Weaponized Stupidity is the name of their guild. And their guild rank is Stick. It's amazing. Some dude just ran by with the name Subway.
Open for business.
I need to get some more mods back. Sing stuff.
Be careful.
That rope. Alrighty. I haven't set it up. Junk and repair. That off for now. Turning in quests is okay. Picking them up can be annoying sometimes.
Help you find something?
But hey, I got some bunch of extra pages, so I can throw these up and sell them when I get back if people buy them.
Go with honor, friend.
What can I do for ya? How are ya?
Nice. 11,000 XP for that turn in. It's almost another level now. I get to see how much gold it actually gave though. Back up to 32 now. Actually, I think that's exactly enough to be able to get my mount. I bought the riding training last night, but I couldn't afford to buy the actual mount. Technically, I can still get a skinning point off of this. Not so much luck, though. Do what? Oh, do you? I don't want to fight you. Skin this corpse. Gonna have to level up skinning, or not skinning, leatherworking as well, so I'm trying to snag as much of this stuff as I can while it's just laying around the ground, so I don't have to come back and try to farm it later. I don't, I played during phase 1, but I didn't play through phases 2 through 4, so I didn't actually do any crafting skills with this character. I took all harvesting skills. I was using it, this was just like a little alt that I had that I was using it to fuel my hunter at the time. Oh, ah. Kill this thing fast or that corpse may despawn. I had that problem last night. I found somebody that was just killing, looting everything, but leaving the corpses. And I went backwards, or I went the same direction that they were going, but I got into the exact same cadence that they were in at just the wrong time. So literally every time I would run up to a corpse to try to skin it, in the middle of skinning, it would despawn. I was getting so annoyed. Hey Kaz, when you get a second, how long does ZG usually take? I guess you could actually respond in game instead of having to tab out, but... Inside of this little roll place here. Oh, that's not too bad. I figured it would end up being faster because it seems like everything is taking a lot less damage in SoD than previous expansion, so an hour isn't too bad.
Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Quit being a prick. Run over here. That's like later on, WoW really adopted the concept of being able to solo really easily on pretty much all content. But in the base game, it was not real solo friendly. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying there were a lot of really annoying aspects of trying to solo. A lot of times when you would pull like multiples like that there, and there was just no way to break them. Like you couldn't wait for them to split up or anything like that.
Isn't ready. I can't do that.
Sometimes you can wait for things to kind of path away, but
Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I don't have a target.
it's like the other ones with 4 trolls guarding it. Imagine that.
That yet. Isn't ready yet.
Ow. That hurt.
Isn't ready yet. Do that yet.
That dude seriously should have run far away by now.
Isn't ready yet.
There we go. Can't believe that one guy that I hadn't even hit followed me that far.
Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet.
I kill really slow as a bear. Gonna go do the underwater one. Oh, that's right. These are elites. It's like right here in this corner, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, yeah, oh, it's on the outside. That will make it a lot easier. Kind of interesting talking to random people sometimes in games. Funny how different people have just different takes on games in general. Like this guy's talking, we were talking about raid content, and I was saying that I would much prefer raids that just didn't have any trash, and it was just, you know, boss after boss. And that I really enjoyed TOGC for the simple fact that that's how that place worked. You know, it was small. It was like, what, 5 fights, something like that, and no trash. I found it to be pretty entertaining. I hate the ridiculous amount of time that you spend in raids just killing trash and like rebuffing and stuff like that. It's really annoying. Personally, I think in a raid environment, if you're in a group with someone and they put a buff on you, that buff should not have a timer and should not run out due to death. The only way it should gain the timer is if they're not in a group with you, or if that person leaves the group. Then it should start the timer at that point. But having to rebuff between every single wipe on bosses, like, it's just such a massive time sink for no real reason. Like, people can argue, it's like, oh, but it makes it so people don't clear the content as quickly. It's like, if you want to do that, just time gate the content. Don't waste my time. Especially considering the number of times that you'll wipe on a given boss just because maybe one person out of, you know, 20 or 40 people don't understand how to do the content. And it's like, how is that my fault? I showed up, I was prepared, I'm ready to go. Why am I having to be punished with massive amounts of downtime because someone else wasn't ready? It's just a bad system in my opinion. Should move away from it. Oh, where is back there? Oh, right there. I'll take it.
I can't do that yet.
Normally you have to search forever to find this one.
Not enough rage.
Oh shit, this is an elite. Should probably be paying better attention. Absolutely stomped here. Like changing the battery in my headset and auto attacking for most of this. This is not gonna go well.
Need more rage. Not
I'm not gonna get it.
Need more rage.
I was hoping the so close. I was hoping the bleeding would tick it down before I died. If I had actually been paying attention there and hitting buttons, I probably would have been okay. Oh, the PvP event's going on. I'm actually interested to check out this PvP event when it's everyone doing it, kind of like all at the same time. What is that? Guess that's part of the event. I don't even have buffs up or anything. Oh. Yeah, I don't care about any of that.
That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Wait, what the hell? I thought I was supposed to be immune to this shit. What the fuck is going on here? That's annoying as fuck. Just trying to kill a fucking quest mob. I do not want to be involved in this event. Like, I literally disabled it for a reason. What the fuck is this? See, I don't like it when they put shit like this in the game that it just interrupts your ability to fucking play the game. Like, why is this thing over here fucking with me? No. I guess it killed the fucking boss for me, so. Or, well, not boss, but NPC. I completely lucked out on getting that. I was wondering what that was. Nell's like, Nell just came back from a movie shoot and they had a fire that they, like a campfire that they had, and it has caused her jacket to smell like really strong smoke smell. So she's like spraying Lysol around the house. I didn't hear it spraying, but I started smelling it. And I'm like, what is that smell? You get see it green.
Nasty.
It's really interesting getting other people's opinions on things. It's like I've never been a fan of PvP and MMOs of any kind in any shape, form, or fashion, because the majority of the time it's just people trying to create some sort of a pissing contest or something involving it, and it's like the majority of PvP in games is either gear based or it's rock paper scissors on classes. I'm not saying that there's zero skill involved in it. I mean, any game you play, you're going to develop some skill that could cause you to beat somebody else, but you could say the person with the highest level of skill in base level gear versus the person with base level skill in the highest level of gear would be fairly equally matched. So I don't really view skill as being a massive thing to really fix the problem. And by saying base skill, I mean somebody who PvPs and understands the point behind PvP, not some moron that goes in and just has never PvP'd before in their life and don't understand even the basics of the concept. So I mean, you know, basic strategies and stuff like that that people would understand who get into PvPing, you know, hunters luring people over traps and stuff, like you're aware of those kinds of things happening, you're aware of combos that can happen that you got to watch out for and things like that. I don't see skill being the great equalizer or giving you this massive benefit that no matter who you go up against, that you're just going to have no problem dispatching them. So it's, you know, a lot of it is gear based, and then, you know, there's some certain classes that are just naturally good at killing other classes. Yeah, like Nell mentioned, you know, having, you know, hunters having dead zones in early WoW was a big deal. I mean, granted, once people started learning that you could use two-handed weapons and get a massive hit off with like Raptor Strike or something like that was a big deal. But before people kind of, you know, learned that, hunters were at a massive disadvantage in one-on-ones with any class that wanted to stay close. Unless you were fighting against a druid, and then you could just fear them. Like one of my most favorite things to do in PvP is just, I always do the utility stuff, the things that people don't think about a lot. Like I'll fear all the druids, make them all run away when they're in cat and bear forms, or I'll play as a priest and I'll just mind control people and jump them off of tall things so that they fall to their death, or use the, you know, like if you mind control somebody, especially in old school WoW, if you're, say, like Alliance, and you mind control someone, well, you're mind controlling a horde, but they technically become an alliance because you can use that mind controlled person to attack a horde NPC with. So you just attack the horde NPC, which makes it mad at you, but then you cancel the mind control. And since that player that you mind controlled was the last person that did damage, the NPC will immediately turn on them. So you can use it to kill people pretty easily with. Just go smack a couple of guards and then cancel the mind control. Always fun stuff. Lots and lots of different ways to harass people in PvP. But that's kind of the part of PvP I enjoy, is just harassing people. And I like open world combat. Like if I'm going to do PvP, I like open world stuff. You know, not one-on-one, but, you know, kind of big event battles that are just, hey, let's just get out here and fight back and forth. Like I used to love the old Terran Mill South Shore combat that people would do in the early day, where, you know, like all the Alliance would be on South Shore, all the Horde would be on Terran Mill, and you would just meet in the middle and start fighting, and you just kept pushing until one side kept getting closer and closer to their graveyard, which means the other side was getting further and further away from their graveyard, which meant reinforcement times changed. And then once you got so close, then it would just start pushing back the other way, because the winning team then has a really long time for people that die to run back. So then the team that's technically losing at that point is getting faster and faster respawns, because they keep getting closer and closer to their graveyard. And then because of that, you know, they're getting reinforcements faster, so then they start pushing the other way. So you could kind of tell which team was doing better off is if one team kept going to the halfway point and then getting pushed back. That just means that they were just winning because attrition was hurting the other team, but they were always really good when, you know, you push Horde all the way to their base and then Horde would push you all the way back to South Shore and not just be like a halfway thing. But those were a lot of fun back in the day. And that's one of the reasons that I'm really interested in these Blood Moon things that they've introduced in SOD. I don't know exactly how it works, but I do know it is zone wide. So, and it makes you flag to literally everyone that is not in a group with you, as far as I can tell, based on reading about the reading about it when it popped up on me the other day. And by everything, I mean, like, the thing that blew my mind is I came out to Booty Bay just to get I was trying to do some sort of a quest out here. I don't remember what it was I was doing. I came out to take the boat. So I took the boat over to Ratchet, I think it is. It's been a while since I played, so remembering some of these names is slowly coming back to me. But I went over to Ratchet, picked up a rune, and then came back. And as I was running to the Flight Master to fly back up to Stormwind, the PvP Blood Moon event happened. It actually made me aggressive to the Flight Master. Like, my own faction's Flight Master was red to me, and so you can't click on them to fly out. You're just stuck there. So you literally have to walk out. At that point, I didn't know that they had the thing where you could just go up to one of the NPCs with a little blood marker above their head and opt out of the event. I didn't know that was a thing at the time, so I ended up just logging out for the night because I was like, I don't want to run across this entire zone and have people like killing me and stuff like that. And I was like, this is not fun. I was close to the end of my play session then anyways, so I just logged out in town, or in Booty Bay, called it a night, and came back the next day, and the event wasn't going on, so. But yeah, I had no idea. Then when I logged in the next day, I made a comment, something about that I hated the Blood Moon event currently. And they were like, oh yeah, you can just opt out of that. And I was like, where the hell were you guys yesterday?
I need to get closer. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. He isn't ready. He isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Do that yet. Not ready yet. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
I need to set my hearth to somewhere over here. I have it at I still have it in Ashenvale for some reason, and I keep forgetting to do that, even though I'm a druid and I can just port to Moonglade and be back on the other side of the world without a lot of problems. I did that yesterday. Went over to go do the incursion thing, and got over there, and then went to Hearth back to this side of the world, and realized I was still bound in Astronar. So I was like, well, that's great. I'm not gonna be able to get back, so I had to go and take a boat back over. Honestly, since I was wanting to come down here, I probably should have just ran through the Barrens and took the Ratchet boat over. It probably would have been faster, now that I think about it. So I'm hoping to try to get to 50 before I log out tonight. I got a few hours left before I'll be calling it a night, but I still have my incursions to do, which will hopefully get me a level or level and a half, maybe close to 2 levels would be nice. And then we're allegedly going to run a Nomergon run after they finish in ZG, which should also give me a bunch of XP. And then if I don't go too nuts with XP beforehand, I picked up all the quests for what zone is it? Oldham. I picked up all the Oldham quests, so I should be able to get a big chunk of XP by running, doing an Oldham run as well. Need to find that thing so it's not bitching about not having enough rage. I'm horrendous about when I'm getting close to being able to use an ability. I'll just spam the button until it pops. Can you hear that really well? I don't have enough rage. Actually, already about to hit 42. I mean, just being out here killing random crap and doing a couple of quests and stuff, it's not really been bad. And I wasn't even super focused earlier on because I was spending more time talking than paying attention to killing, which was causing me to die pretty regularly. So I had a lot of running back time. I wish they had a system for being able to flop out of bear form and not lose all your rage. It's like I so frequently want to heal up after so many fights, but then like just then I dumped 50 rage to be able to pop out and heal. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna continue killing a couple of stalkers here so we can keep this moving and start my run back up. I'll need 2 more before I need to run up and do a turn in, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a small break here and get another block of ads rolling so that pre-rolls will stop for new people coming in. So I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Alright guys, we're back. Sorry about the break there, but dealing with pre-roll ads for people is really, I've stated this a few times, I'm not a big fan of how they do that, but like I get that commercials are gonna play regardless, but I hate having to keep up with running them. I guess at the end of the day, they want to make the ads just annoying enough for people that you will pay the fee or subscribe to a streamer so that you don't have to watch ads anymore. Seems to be the way most of these places are going. Crap, what level are these? Maybe, I guess this Blood Moon event happened when level 50 was the cap. I thought it was 40, but could be wrong. Probably at some point, once I get into a larger subscriber base, depending on what I'm doing, I probably won't go to be right back when the ads are running. There's, you know, anybody that's actually subscribing isn't having to watch the ads, but then that means they just have to sit there anyways if I'm not on the screen. So if I'm not like getting up to run to the restroom or something like that, then I just won't do the be right back thing, but that'll be sometime in the future. Something to skin? Yes, I do. Alright, so it looks like I've got a quest to turn in here, and then another one to turn in up in the top there. Uh-oh, okay, yeah. I didn't realize that's where the tablet quest came from. I wish I could catch this one dude up here, but I think he only spawns like every 30 minutes or something like that. The one random dude that you have to save up here. And that actually opens up like I think it's like a 4-quest chain or something like that. But he's so freaking rare, and a lot of times when people see him, they quickly just do the event. And then even if they don't, the guy ends up dying, so...
What can I do for you?
Nope, there's a level. Remember, put this point in the right spot. That's 42. The goal is 50 or bust. Actually, if I can get high enough level, I may even be able to hit the next set of incursions, because I think there's another set of incursions around 50. Maybe 48. I don't know. The ones that I can do now, I could start at 38. So I guess you can start the next ones at 48, but I don't know. Panther corpse over there. I thought the NPC was over there. I was like, man. However, if he does spawn every 30 minutes, it's just about time for him to pop up, so... Don't remember what the actual timer on him was, though.
Hello, safe travels. See you around.
Oh, cool. Another quest that's actually at my level, so that'll be nice. That was still like almost 9k XP. That's not bad, and that's still about 10% of a level. So it's like 8 quests plus killing per level at that rate. Not too bad at all. All right, 11:30. Is he here? I don't see him. I think he's here. The hell are you, you rat bastard? You should spawn like right in here. He duels with another NPC, and if he dies, then, which it's guaranteed for him to die if he doesn't get help. But if he dies, then he despawns, and it takes a while to find him again. It may have even been like every hour that it spawns. I honestly just don't remember. So long. And I only actually do that quest if I randomly see him up when I'm passing, or both times that I've gotten into Wrath of the Lich King, both in original and then in classic. I did it just to complete the achievement for Lore Master, because you pretty much have to do that quest in order to get Lore Master for this side, because it's like four quests. So. I actually kind of enjoy the achievements that they added in for Wrath. I wish when they did these older versions, they would just go ahead and kick it in for the beginning stuff, so you could already be doing Lore Master right now and getting something to pop up for it, just for something to do. Hopefully they've come up with enough new content and things to keep people interested for the time being. Oh, what's that thing I need to capture? I don't know how to know where you get the net to capture that with. It says to capture it with a bug catching net. But I guess I should probably look that up at some point. I don't think that's actually a talent or a rune that I need though. Oh no, wait, I think it is. That's Survival Instincts is my kind of like oh shit button. Would have been very useful a couple of times tonight, actually. I'm leveling this character with the intention of tanking for one of the raid teams. I'm trying to decide which raid team that I'm actually going to go with. I think Bloody Shots, who's running things here currently, is he was planning on putting me in on the Thursday team, which I guess is what some people would refer to as the A team. I don't really like, not really interested in those types of identifiers, because it normally makes like one team is the cool team and the other team is the leftover crap team. But I mean, you know, like they generally never line up that way. It's just generally your the first group of people that you have are, you know, the super focused ones, and then if you're trying to build an extra group, you know, it takes a while before that group is at the same point. And honestly, if you create two different teams at two different times, there's a high chance that one of those teams is always going to be behind the other team, because they were created at different times and they've been around for longer or shorter amounts of times. Skull Spitter. Yeah, should be literally any of these guys, but for some reason Questy's not marking them. But yeah, I plan to tank for them, but I don't know which team I'm going to do yet. Like I said, he was looking to put me on the Thursday team, but I may opt to go to the Friday team, because they're having a harder time, it sounds like, getting people that actually stay. Like they're frequently running with like 18 core people, and then they have to get a couple of pugs here and there. So going to that team may be just more beneficial for the guild in general. but I don't know what their tanking situation looks like. That, you know, they may have two really dedicated tanks over there that don't necessarily want to switch. So, and I have zero interest in playing Cat. I just don't enjoy Druid DPS at all.
Not enough rage. Need more
I actually didn't realize that I would enjoy tanking as much as I did until I started doing it for a raid team during Classic, and I really had a good time with it. I mean, granted, I was doing it with a Death Knight for 2 expansions, and
isn't ready yet.
for all of Wrath, Death Knights are insanely broken on threat control, and then, oh, there we go. I need Mystics. That's what I was missing. But DKs are really broken for threat control, and then when you get into Cataclysm, they're really broken for being able to just survive, but pretty much anything.
Can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Alright, so this is going to put us in another one of those situations where people are only going to kill the Mystics because they're the ones that drop the thing that everybody needs. Go figure. There are almost no Mystics inside of here either. Actually, it looks like there may have only been one in this whole room. I don't know if any of the corpses that other guy was creating despawned or not, but not a great place. But yeah, I kind of really missed tanking, so it'd be cool to get back in and do it. And Druid tanking was fun in Burning Crusade. I actually tanked a decent amount on a Druid during Burning Crusade. I've never tanked vanilla content though, like vanilla, base classic, all that kind of stuff. I've also never really tanked as a paladin. During phase 1 of SoD, I tried the ret tanking thing for a little while. It was really cool, but you had to be the person taking damage in order to ret tank. So like if anyone pulled off of you for any reason, you were basically, it was almost impossible for you to get the target back, which is really difficult to deal with in a raid environment, especially if you have to do like taunt swapping and things like that. So it was a really neat build, really cool idea. In practice, I don't know how great it would have been overall, but I only did a couple of raids with it because the other tank that they had for that team was kind of a showboater, and he just wanted to 100% tank all the time. He didn't even like the concept of having to do tank swaps. Like he just always wanted to be the tanking person, and it's just like, I don't understand why people get that selfish. And it's like, dude, swap around, you know, let the other tank some. I mean, like when I was running main tank for the classic guild, I mean, I would do that. If the other tank was wanting to tank some more, you know, like we'd switch it up on fights, and you know, didn't always have to be me doing main tanking. I just generally, when I'm running with a guild, I'm more interested in the guild progression than I am, you know, personal clout or anything like that. It's like, you know, sometimes I get competitive with Warcraft logs and things along those lines and really get into that, but outside of that, it's like I'm not super concerned with the loot and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just as excited about getting a piece of loot for myself as I am for stuff dropping in the, you know, the raid as a whole getting better, because at the end of the day, if you're wanting to parse, I mean, you could have the best gear on the planet, but if you're playing with a bunch of scrubs that have no gear, it's like you're not going to parse well, because, you know, no matter what you're doing, probably 10 to 15% of your parsing ability is based on how fast your team can kill a boss. So if the other people on your team don't have gear or are, you know, bad players, then that's going to hold your parse back. So it always behooves you to share information, even with you know, even if you're like a hunter and there's another hunter in the guild and you're trying to compete for top DPS or whatever. It's like, it's still best for you guys to share the information and become better as a group than it is to try to boycott that, because eventually you're going to limit how well you can parse, because other people on your team are not playing as well as they could be. So it's just always a better idea to to try to promote the whole team. I mean, any team function always so far outshines any solo function, but only if the team actually plays as a team. If you have a bunch of showbetters or shit like that on your team, then it's a complete disaster and not good at all. Or if you have hunters that click off DI in the middle of Deathbringer Starfing fights, that's always bad for the team as well.
Isn't ready yet.
I won't make any comments on who did that. The only thing I will say is it wasn't me.
Isn't ready yet. I can't carry anymore.
Oh, inventory's getting full. It's on now. At some point, this may have been a horde quest, but at some point I think I have to come back and kill like these hunters and other stuff. I may be misremembering though.
Isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
So yeah, looks like they're ready to do the Nomergon run, and I'll do that, and then I'll see if I can get a Oldham run in real quick, and then I'll probably do my incursions, and all of that together may get me really close to 50.
Isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I can't do Not ready. I can't do that yet. My ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
Batiste knows what I'm talking about.
It is too far away. My ability isn't ready. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
My stun was down, and I didn't want to run out to charge him. Ah, you fucker. Alright, so I'm one of those things away from finishing that up. I think I have all the Nomergon. I have 4 requests for Nomergon right now. I think that's it. I don't know. Stun was just a hair too slow.
Need more rage.
I was hoping I'd get that last thing from him, but it didn't happen. Alright, so I need to go to Caranus, which should be, I think is the little town, the starting dwarf area, like right outside of Iron Forge. And then I also need to go get one from Stormwind, which is gonna suck. Guess I can just ride the tram, it'll be fine. Shit. I'm casting lightning bolts at me. Makes my hair all frizzy. Don't die from bleeding. Oh, come out of there. I really wish enemies would just get a couple of seconds where they can't cast when they first get aggroed. It's like, just let them run just a hair away from where they're at. One more Mystic inside of here. I also hate how they can cast through most of these walls. Like, I'm pretty sure this wall right here, if I aggro this guy, I can't cast through it, but he can. Oh, the nightmares of doing this place over and over and over. Digging for archaeology in Cataclysm, trying to get that stupid fucking two-handed sword. The Zen Rock. Forever to get that thing. And the sad part about it is, at the end of the day, I didn't really even keep it that long. It's like such a waste of time. I've never even bothered with it. I think that's one of the things that I really got to focus on if I keep playing this game too, is really focusing on valid upgrades, like wasting time, because I probably spent, I don't know, 20 or 30 hours. Hey, what's going on, Scissor? Stream's not going too bad. I decided to play a little WoW tonight because I'm trying to do the catch-up game to be able to get into a raid this Thursday, so I wasn't wanting to really stream any leveling content because it's kind of boring, but I got to get the time in here, and I was hoping to get a lot more time in before stream time today to get to play some, but I was not able to, so I'm bringing you guys along on the super boring leveling. Yeah, true. I kind of wanted to keep doing Sengoku Dynasty though. I really like the game, and I would like to get it finished before I get into something else. But I don't know if that's going to happen because I'll be I don't stream on Mondays and Tuesdays, and then Wednesday I'll be starting Stalker 2, so it'll be a little while before I'll be able to get back to Sengoku. If I can kind of like ninja this guy over here. There we go. Right over here. I get too far away and he's gonna reset. I have to take it. Fur is gonna be standing on the end for a week. All this static electricity. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I will definitely finish it before the game is finished, so I'm sure at some point I'll be like, oh, I should go back and play that game and do the new stuff. So yeah. I picked up, I can't remember if you actually got into the stream at all last night, but I think I finished like 2 or 3 more sections, like regions. I took them over, so they went kind of fast, actually, faster than I expected, so. Oh,
carry anymore.
hate these guys. All right, I gotta get out of here. They're obviously not going to do the thing. Oh, hey, Kazram, do you know how many people we're gonna need to run this place? Is this something that like the two of you can do, or I'm assuming the other warrior there is the one that Bloody Shots has. Like that's his ult. So do we need to get more people involved, or is this something we're gonna be running and doing right now? Wait, that thing. At least 6 for mechanics. Okay. I mean, fortunately, I'm now over leveling the zone, so I mean I should be able to do the mechanics. It won't be like a 100% complete carry, but definitely won't be wearing like previous raid zone, you know, full bisc gear or anything. But I should be able to survive the mechanics, hopefully. Oh, stop following me! I'm trying to fight stuff, not you. Oh, we have to have 8 people? Holy crap. Is it Thermoplug that has the extra content? Ah. I'll find him either. If we have all of the people, is it a pretty quick run with a bunch of 60s, or will it be slow? I don't know what Matisti's schedule looks like, if he'll be able to help or not. Because I'm assuming he'll have to leave for work fairly soon, but if it's something that's quick, he might be able to help out. A spreadsheet for stuff in this game? No, I just have it all memorized.
I can't carry anymore.
I've probably played this game about as much as Asmongold has. This is all I played for many, many years. The only reason that this is slightly different is because I'm playing Season of Discovery, so you know they're changing things for this. So you know some of this is stuff that no one's ever seen before. So they actually even changed some of the loot. We're playing the the old school content, but didn't have enough rage. We're playing the old school content, but they're kind of updating it as we go. So they've changed a bunch of gear and have like retooled set bonuses and things like that. So it's made a lot of difference in the game in general. So there's new things to learn, but it's not like anything crazy intense. Plus, this version of the game, in my opinion, is a hell of a lot easier than the other versions of the game, because I mean there's a reason people call this Season of Dads. It's because it's like the content's kind of simplified quite a bit compared to classic or even retail. No, the Leroy Jenkins thing was like, that was 100% staged. Like nothing about that was legit. That was all a massive joke. Even the concept of the numbers that they were trying to crunch in that day, like what they were saying didn't make any sense at all. But I mean, even trying to crunch a number like that to get some sort of a repeating decimal, I mean, the dude, like, he literally sounded like he was doing it in his head. It's like he didn't have enough time to type that into a calculator or anything. But yeah, almost all the really funny videos and stuff that you see about WoW were staged. Leroy Jenkins was totally staged. The 50 DKP minus guy, that was staged. So Yeah, I think the Leroy Jenkins, that one stayed. People thought that was legit for a really long time. Yeah, people thought that stuff was legit for a really long time, but yeah, they did come out and officially announce that at some point. I forget when they did it, but it's been a long time ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was probably before the first expansion even came out. So I mean, it's been like 18 years ago or 17 years ago, something like that. Yeah, it was one of those things have you ever heard the saying, "Don't bullshit a bullshitter"? It was one of those things that if you really played a lot of WoW, you knew there was something seriously wrong with what they were saying when you watched the video. The part that just made it funny was the dude just screaming out his name and running into the room, but like the whole sitting around like trying to, I forget what the number was, but it was like, it was like 16.6 repeating, of course, and yeah, like trying to calculate their chances of survival. It's like, that's not a thing that happens. Like if you do top end guilds and top end raids, it's like that's not a legitimate, like no one says that kind of stuff. That's not a calculatable number. Or I should say, it's not a reasonably calculatable number. So yeah, the people that played high end in the day 100% knew that was a complete joke. So yeah, I think a lot of people just thought there was some sort of like RP that was going on there, like those guys were like somehow role playing, and that dude just ran in and did that. I almost think that a lot of people were kind of leaning that direction when they thought it was legit. But yeah, no, that was 100% not a thing that people actually said. Yeah, no. Yeah, like looking at this Panther over here, I'm level 42 and it's level 30, so I can calculate there's a 99.9% repeating chance that I am going to kill that, and it is not going to kill me. I mean, you always have the thing that it's like, oh, my internet connection could die and the thing could just whittle me down before my character drops out of the game or something, but very, very low chance that something 12 levels lower than me would kill. But I mean, as you can see, that was completely a guess. There's nothing anywhere telling me that that's a legitimate chance. Oh, God, I keep coming here thinking that there's a flight path here, and there just isn't one. Yeah, Matisse, I quit my job so I could keep running raids for you. It's time for you to return the favor. Yeah, I mean, like overall, a lot of the things that they have done in World of Warcraft over the years, in my opinion, have made it less fun. But the baseline of this game it's a fun game. I mean, it's made well, it works well, and it's fun to play. So I actually enjoy it, and I was getting really fed up with where things were at when I quit playing this previously, just like a couple of months ago. And I thought I was just going to be done with the game, but then after I've gotten some time away from it at this point, I was like, I do actually kind of miss playing the game. It is fun. I just don't want any of the responsibility that I had last time when I played. I don't want to lead raids. I don't want to lead guilds. I don't want to be responsible for 24 other people. I just want to come in, smash some buttons, and then call it a night. It's like, I want to get back to the part of WoW that I actually enjoyed. It's like herding cats is not in my future. I played Herding Cat Simulator, and it didn't go well, and we quit. Yeah, I normally I like the idea of running a guild because I try to make. Oh, we tell him that all the time. You should have seen all the shit I was giving him last night, Wushu, on about playing as Warlock. He told me he was gonna come help me with incursions, and he's like, I'm gonna go get my priest to run this because it's hard to do this incursion with a hunter because stuff runs up on you. I was like, okay, cool. And he logs into his priest, and then he's like, oh wait, my priest is in my farming spot, so I'm gonna bring my warlock. And I'm like, oh god, this is gonna take all fucking night. Funnily enough, we did run into an issue. It did take longer than his hunter to do it, and the very first we picked up the very first escort NPC, and by the time we finished it and we were running back to get the NPCs to turn in, the first one despawned because we took too long. Kaz, where's your brother at? We need more bodies. I think he was sad yesterday because as soon as he logged in, he was like, "Hey, have you run your incursions?" And I was like, "Yeah, Kaz already took me through." He's like, "Oh, okay." Those things run up on you, and you have a dead zone. There's too many. Sorry, I was explaining to Nell the negatives of being a hunter in incursions. Okay, so I need to go to Stormwind and get one quest. Where is that quest, Kaz? Do you know? Guess I can see it on here, maybe. Razorfin Downs, Desolus. Oh, is that it? Robo Mechanical Guts. Gyro Drillmatic Excavationators. Is that it? That's a hell of a mouthful for a quest name. It says it's a raid one, level 40 raid, so that's got to be it. It's the only level 40 raid zone there is. Nice. Oh yeah, Scissor, for the record, all of the Kaz names and Merculator are the same person, so he goes by Kaz in the game, so. And that's what most of us call him because that's what we all knew him as before we started seeing his the name that he uses for everyone else. So we're flying into Stormwind City here. Got my on rails flying taxi cab there. Oh, Kaz, I got 32 gold. I can buy a cat now. I gotta go all the way back over to freaking Darnassus to get it though. Alright, where was that quest again? There it is. So this game was created 20-ish years ago. Is it? I think it's this one right here. That's it. Yeah. So this gate right here, when they originally built the game, you can see it's got like a portal for a zone in it. This was originally designed to be player housing. This is where you were going to be able to zone in to go to player housing. So they had this idea, this concept for player housing at the very beginning, back in 2004 when they created this game. And they officially announced that they're adding player housing in an upcoming patch at the 30-year Blizzard reunion, or Blizzard anniversary. So yeah. Yeah, it's only for people who are playing retail. Those of us that are playing the classic version, we don't get it. But yeah, it took it that long. Yep, you'll be able to live in the sewers finally. Well, I don't know where they're going to put player housing, because at some point in a later patch, I think they removed that room there, that portal area. So yeah, I don't think it even exists there, because when the third expansion for WoW was Cataclysm, and it was all about a giant dragon that broke out of the basically underneath the ground, somewhere deep into the ground. He busted through the crust of the planet and just flew around demolishing all kinds of areas. And the whole reason they did it is because they wanted to do a graphics overhaul for the game, but it was going to be too big of an endeavor for it to just be a free update. So they made an entire expansion about it so that they could rebuild the world. But the argument was, like, what kind of event can you do that is worth doing a whole expansion over that also, you know, would cause the world to be completely redesigned? So they came up with this concept of this giant dragon that, you know, had been talked about in the lore a lot, but you had never seen in the game. And like at some point in that expansion, you actually do a raid on this dragon's back. So you have 25 people that are on his back for a raid encounter. You know, so he's like flying around and you're on his back, going through all these events, trying to make your way up to his head. So yeah, he's a really huge dragon. So, you know, he caused all kinds of tidal waves and stuff like that when he would fly by, and then he would fly around from zone to zone, breathing fire on them. And they actually had him in the game. He would fly over the zone and just breathe fire over it, and it would instantaneously kill any player that was in the path of the breath. So that could be a little annoying sometimes when you're just trying to play, but you know, it wasn't a huge deal, and you got a cool achievement for being killed by Deathwing's breath weapon. But yeah, so they did that to completely rebuild the world. And at one point, Deathwing came and landed in this city and put both of his front feet like on the two towers at the front of the place, and it left like these giant burn marks. You know, it kind of like melted the stone where he landed, and he blew up part of the city. And I think that's when they pulled that portal out of the game. I'm not 100% positive that's when it happened, but I'm pretty sure that's when it happened. But like WoW had really rich lore. I don't know if you ever played any of the old RTS games or anything like that, but where they created Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, and then Warcraft 3, the real-time strategy games, and they created a whole bunch of lore in those games. And you know, those games came out over quite a few years. Yeah, exactly. Well, the Frozen Throne is basically the entirety of Wrath of the Lich King expansion. It's all about the Lich King and, you know, Arthas turning and, you know, and becoming the Lich King. So basically the storyline of Warcraft 3 was recreated and in far more detail in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. And he's the big bad guy at the end. Like, all the raiding and stuff you do culminates in going to Icecrown Citadel and fighting the Lich King at the top of the Citadel. So like it was one of those things that, you know, kind of pulls at the heartstrings of people that were really big into that sort of stuff back in the day. And, you know, so a lot of people wanted to do it for the nostalgia and things like that. They also did in the Burning Crusade, they had the Battle for Mount Hyjal, which is I think it was base Warcraft 3, so like Reign of Chaos. I think that one was the one that was dealing with Illidan Stormrage, the demon hunter. And there was a map that you do in Warcraft 3 where you kept getting pushed back and back they completely recreated that entire scenario in World of Warcraft. Like, I think it's down to even exactly what the NPCs said in there. So that's one of the things that I've always thought was really cool, was how they took all of this lore and stuff from an RTS and they turned it into an MMO. And then kind of like, you know, when you think about something as big as like Star Wars, for example, it's like, well, you know, Star Wars is huge, not just because of the, you know, all of the stuff that, you know, George Lucas has done and then Disney has done, but so much of Star Wars is fan fiction. Like, there's tons of things that people have come up with fan fiction and stuff. World of Warcraft was kind of the same way. You know, you had the Warcraft RTS games out there, and then when they came out with WoW, then you had authors that started writing books about WoW, and, you know, writing books about things that were going on in the RTSs and things like that, and a lot of that stuff kind of got absorbed into canon. So that's why the lore is so rich in the game. And in my opinion, when the game started getting bad, it was kind of like Game of Thrones. They ran out of source material, and then the game started becoming no fun. So not only was the lore and the story not as fun anymore, in my opinion, it was also... Oh crap, I did not want to do that. Oh well. I meant to go to the town right outside of here, but for some reason I was thinking I had to go to wetlands, so I gotta fly back, but I'll have all the quests at that point. But yeah, so they started kind of running out of lore, and then that was also about the same time when they started, you know, Blizzard started getting into their, like, oh hey, we're corporate greed, you know, things going on. So poor story mixed with trying to nickel and dime you constantly for everything is really what kind of turned WoW upside down, in my opinion. That's definitely what turned it upside down for me. I won't speak on why everyone feels that way, but that was the nail in the coffin for me. So I went back and played every single expansion, and I played super hardcore in this game all the way through the end of Wrath of the Lich King and through the first phase of Cataclysm, which was one of 3 separate raid zones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he knows the stuff really, really well because he worked there during that era. I've had the pleasure of knowing some people that have worked for Blizzard, but most of my information comes from I don't know if you've ever heard of Kevin Jordan or not. Did you ever play any of the Diablo games? It seems like we may have talked about this once before. Didn't you say something about playing Diablo 2 back in the day? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't translate over to the recent Diablos, but Diablo 1 and 2 had references in there. You had the Stone of Jordan was a ring that you could get, and then they in Diablo 2, I think the Stone of Jordan existed there as well. They also had the Staff of Jordan, and those ended up becoming essentially like the primary currency. I mean, it was a ring, but they were so rare that people determined that it's like, oh well, we're going to use these rings as currencies. So it's like a lot of things would sell for a number of Stones of Jordan. You know, for example, it's like, oh, you got this really awesome piece of gear. Okay, I'll sell that to you for 3 Stones of Jordan. So, you know, and so people just use it as a currency because gold was just ridiculous and you know, completely inflated and didn't serve a whole lot of purpose. So people came up with other methods. So but anyways, the Stone of Jordan and the Staff of Jordan was named after Kevin Jordan, which is the guy that did all of the class creation. He designed every single class in base World of Warcraft. So what all, like, was there 8, 9 classes, something like that? Well, it's not, there's not an odd number, so it's either 8 or 10. I honestly don't remember. I always forget. I think it's 8. But he designed the classes, he designed all the skills for all the classes and things like that, and he did it completely solo. Like, that was his job at Blizzard at the time. And he recently he actually does streaming and recently he did a like a 4 or 5 hour interview with 3 or 4 other streamers. No, they had balancing teams and feedback and stuff like that, but I mean, he was the one that wrote the code for it and came up with the ideas for all of them. And then I'm sure they turned it over to their QA team and got feedback and stuff like that. But I mean, when you look at all the skills in the game, any skill that existed at the point that you know, that I would be in this game, he designed, not counting all of these rune skills, because those came later. But he did this super long interview, which is really cool. I would suggest going to Google and searching up Kevin Jordan interview and looking for the one that has him with like 3 or 4 other streamers and is about 4 hours long. It has tons of really cool lore and inside info about Blizzard, and you know, why he thinks things went sideways, because Kevin Jordan left Blizzard a long time ago as well. So I'm sure he was there when Thor was there as well. So. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that I know about, you know, like the internal workings of WoW and stuff like that, has come from things like watching Pirate Software or watching Kevin Jordan's videos and stuff like that. So, oh yeah, no green. That must be the other, or no gain. Nice. That must be the other quest that I was missing. Holy crap, we're gonna have a full 10-man here. Well, Kaz, was this originally 10-man content, or did they actually make this a 20-man raid? I can't remember when the jump from 10 to 20 happened. This must be like inside of this little building right here. Oh, it is a 10-man? Okay. So yeah, we're capped out. And there's the 6th. Ah, crap. Inventory's full. Oh, I should probably do something about that before I go into a raid zone.
Hi, how are you?
Right, just gonna have to blow up some crap. That on for now. Lacerate on the pants so I don't forget. Don't need that crap. That. Don't really want to throw that away. Don't need random animal tails. Raptor hides. Alright. Hopefully that'll be good enough. If I have to destroy something else, I can find things. But yeah, as I was saying, that's so that's the place that I get most of my information from, or insider things along those lines. Just the public information that's out there. I usually just have a pretty good ability to remember things that I've seen and be able to retell the tales of other people. But yeah, hopefully there'll be some fun stuff, and of course, as soon as I get into raiding, with this group, I'm gonna be in here trash talking Bushu as much as I possibly can. So hopefully there'll be a lot of entertainment for that. gonna give him as much grief as he gave me when I was raid leading. Gonna randomly fall asleep before raids. That'll be awesome. I can just not show up to a raid and just be like, oh, sorry guys, I fell asleep. Gonna be so nice. Not having to be the guy in charge. Yeah, sorry, I clicked off DI during Sarfang fight. Wushu, I hope you know that that's going to happen if this goes to Wrath and I'm still playing. I am clicking off DI the very first chance I get. Yeah, and it's going to be on a kill. It's going to be when we would have killed it if I hadn't have done that. Is there another quest over here? What quest is this? Trying to mountain goat it. I'm in the wrong form. This isn't mountain goat form. Must be a quest here somewhere. Oh well. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. We used to play, what was that game? Was it BDO? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, we played BDO, which is a PvP MMO that was out there, and we were in a guild called Man Up, and that they introduced war elephants that you could raise as a guild, and you basically only got one of them. I think they initially or eventually increased it to where you could have two of them, but when we got our first elephant, they named it Irrelevant. It was the best elephant on the server. Kill him, Kaz. Kill them all. Kaz, this is not very impressive XP. You need to kill faster. I'm only getting 88 XP a kill here. I need to get like the first... don't I need to go down here and get like the white punch card or something before we go into the zone? I can't remember if it's if I have to kill a guy for it, or if there's just a punch machine down here somewhere, or if they've changed it. I don't know, it could all be different now. Oh, here's one. Kaz is like, don't worry, I got you. Hey, you take care of those. I'm gonna fiddle with this machine here. No, white. No. Crap. Bloody Shot's got the punch card. Bloody Shots, you prick. Stole my punch card. Wait, why is this thing pink?
Need more rage. That building isn't ready yet.
Oh, weird.
Not that yet. It is too far away.
So I still need to find a punch card first, and then I need to interact with that machine. So I don't know if any of these corpses are still left over here or not, but nothing dropped in that pile that was back there. And yeah, I think these corpses are mostly gone. Oh no, wait, there's one. Maybe it'll have something on it. No punch card. Bastards, no punch cards. Wushu still even in here? I saw him talking a few minutes ago, but he's not responding.
I can't loot that.
Why can't I?
loot that.
Why can't I loot any of this stuff?
I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that.
It says someone is already looting this stuff. What is up with that?
I can't loot that.
Did I loot anything? These are all as well, so I can't even solo them. Even at 42, it would be too much. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with this. Like, why I can't loot any of these things.
I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that.
Talking about. Okay, yeah. No punch card. Damn it. Well, some robo guts at least, but this is annoying. Normally these things drop like crazy, and now that I need one, it's like, nah. Nothing on that one either. Nope. So I got one of these grab encrusted objects. I think you used, when you would go in here, I think when you would go in here, you can cleanse these and you'll get random objects. And I can't remember if it was like a really nice ring that you could get out of it or if it was a quest item. Yeah, so the first punch card. Oh, wait. These are not elites down here, so. Leper gnomes. That's what I always wanted to fight.
Not enough rage. I need more rage. Not ready yet. Isn't ready. I can't do that.
It'd be funny if they gave you leprosy.
My ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. My ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Good dude. Engineering supplies. Yeah.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you though?
Can I help you?
Okay. Not talking to. Might be because I'm in combat.
Not enough rage.
Did get the punch card quest, right? Yeah, data rescue. Maybe these don't give punch cards, or I'm just excessively unlucky.
My, you're a tall
Yeah, there we
one.
go. Bronze tubes. You always need those for a quest earlier, and it's just not happening.
You have a
That's true, Kaz. Yeah, we can do that. I don't think any of those require you to fight a boss or something like that. Let's see if I remember how to get back up out of here. So you have fallen in. Well, needed that for a quest anyway, so worked out well. I should probably consider putting some cat skills on my bar. Yeah, I don't know if these low level get. Oh wait, there it is. Nice. Yeah, I had to bitch enough, and it gave it to me. Ah, not what I wanted. So it worked out. That actually did drop it. I was pretty sure everything in here could, but the sheer number of those stupid things we had to kill to get it. Feel slightly diseased. Wrong. Alright. No, thank you. Alright, so this time I actually have to pay attention to some of the bosses we're killing. So when I did BFD, I missed quest items for 2 different quests because I wasn't paying attention to some of the bosses we were killing. And Alright, I'm gonna pop over into the Discord for this. I don't think it will, you guys will be able to hear the Discord, but I'm sure it's gonna be probably be busy in there, so I just want to be able to hear what they're saying. I'm ignoring all the mechanics in here. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a druid. I got heals. I mean, he fails to mention the fact that I gave him like 80,000 gold in in classic. Yeah. That's because he's afraid he'll get banned for trading it. I was actually kind of surprised. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what I did. I gave 500,000 gold away to a handful of people, and Bloody wasn't able to be on, so I gave like 160k to Center to give. I was like, here, half of this is yours and half of this is Bloody's, and he's like, so does this cloud just like kill the enemies here or something, or? Nice. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think a better idea with that toy though is I'm actually a streamer, so I think if I get it, I'll just destroy it on stream, and then he'll just have to watch it over and over. So what are these? What's this salvage crap here? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's funny. What's the purpose of it? Mm. Oh, gotcha. Oh, wow. Yeah. Nice.
I need to get closer.
Yeah. I don't know if Bloody is said or not, but there are several collect quests in here, so if you guys get glowing corpse, click it if you don't mind. Yep. Exactly how I'm gonna be if I get the toy. I'd be, oh, look at this. This looks like junk. I'm just gonna blow this up. Oh, will it? Nice. Nice. Don't lie. Oh, that's good. That's good to know. Would it be called a radiated goo instead of fallout things? Yeah. The WTFs. Looks like there's one left over there. Oh, that's regular slime, yeah. Oh crap. I don't want this. Don't make me do my RDX impression. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Other people had been, so I started doing it. Yeah, I greeted on the first one, and everybody, and I didn't even get a roll. I was like, oh, okay, so that's what we're doing. Yeah. I mean, usually that's generally the best way to do it. Is it's like if it's something that you want, just need on it. Most everything can be traded anyways.
Warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Initializing subwarp transport. Defense units inbound.
But I'm a giant fat bear. I didn't hear what you said. Oh yeah, I don't even know if I remember Crowd Pummeler. I didn't play a druid. I didn't play a druid at that point, so I never had to deal with it. Oh okay, yeah, I see. I think you should try it. Guys would never do that. They really should have made quest items like auto free for all if no one else needed them. It's like they should be available for anyone that needs them. Bad system. Kaz, you need to pull more. It could happen. Hey Kaz, when we come back out of here, can you finish clearing around? There's those whatever those mechanical like refrigerators are to grab off the walls. Oh, wait, is he not in here? Well, he can hear me on the stream though. So. Oh, the knockback is directional?
Yeah.
Well, you just don't be in front of his feet, yeah. I thought it was radial, so I just put my back to the wall over there. It knocked me over by the bombs, but they didn't get me, so. This is actually pretty cool, though. A neat fight. I bet.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
What do I need friendly for? Why do I need that? It's not a rune that I use. Yeah, I don't PvP at all. I'll be tanking though. I don't care about damage. Let's care about threat. Parsing is like the worst thing ever invented for a while. I'm actually kind of halfway interested in doing one of the new classic servers where they're essentially outlawing GDKPs. I actually have an interest in playing on those. Oh shit. Haha. I think they're very detrimental to guilds. Why would you ever join a guild if you could just raid whenever you want to raid? Yeah, I mean, if you do it that way, it would work. But I mean, that you're still doing GKPs though, so it's not like a traditional guild format. And if no. Yeah, I mean it's that. Yeah. Like it all depends on what you're going for as well, though. I mean, when we were doing it, we were we were pushing for high server rating, not just doing the content. So, we wanted to be first people on the server to kill stuff, and you don't do that in a format where people can just throw gold at an item and take it over someone that actually really needs it. It will be far more beneficial for it. Well, I mean, you could easily do that. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have that benefit, but I mean, if you're not in like the top 5 guilds, I would argue that you're really even pushing that fast, because anything out of the top 5 are generally like almost dad guilds. It's like there's so many guilds out there that just can't really do content. Oh wait, we're killing bloody shots? Oh, do we actually have pugs in here? Oh, okay. Who is the pug? Is that the... Oh, wow. Okay. Hey.
Electric justice.
It's too far away.
What are these boots? Was this some sort of like a token for tier boots or something? Me, no. I have trash on all my gear. Actually, probably the best piece of gear that I have is the helmet that I got from the BFD raid. Oh God, we're so screwed. I mean, shouldn't we like offer it to one of the pugs before we make Bloody do it? I mean, we. Oh, goes up to 20? Huh. I have no idea. I mean, honestly, I think it would be best for the overall survival of this raid. Just saying. Yes it is. Oh wow, you mean they actually gave a purpose to the buttons in this room finally? Nice. Nice. How do you actually get the sleeping bag buff? Is it just a really long timer to start getting it to stack or something? Or? Oh, okay. For 3%, I mean, if this was like, if it was like 10% per tick, yeah, sure. Yeah. Now, you guys are gonna have to be prepared for this because you know it's gonna happen. But now that Microsoft owns Blizzard, at some point they're gonna say, "Hey, if you hook a Kinect up to your computer and do 10 jumping jacks every 15 minutes, then we'll give you like a 300% gold bonus on drops." It probably won't be long. It probably for the 15 minutes until you have to do jumping jacks again. Yeah. Yeah, I really think they should have done a little bit more than 3% XP for the buff from this thing. It's like, oh, that's neat. And then port back. That's crazy. Gotcha. the sheep. Ah. So what's our primary target as a melee here? Oh, okay. Okay. My damage is crap, so I'll help with some supplemental healing here. It's not gonna be much, but nice. If you need an innervate, let me know. Yeah, their sheep's about to die. Yeah. Oh, that. I guess do we need to take out the egg? No. Okay. Okay.
I'm out of range. Don't have enough energy.
All right. There they go. Ah. Yeah. I mean, did you guys really expect anything different? Sorry, my headset died on me. Did I have an assignment of some sort here? What? The most important job, carrying bloody shots, completely undeserved, massive ego. But it's just the button on the one that's dropping the bombs, I'm assuming. Gotcha. Yep. Because you suck.
You usurpers! Omegon is mine!
Three.
Ninja.
2.
Energy.
2.
Looks like it closed. No, it didn't. Did you get it?
3.
I'll try it.
3.
I'm out of range.
I think I got it. It knocked me down. It still didn't work? Okay.
Six.
Not enough energy.
4.
I'm out of range.
6.
Energy.
5.
Okay. I got 6. Come on.
My machines are the future! They'll destroy you all!
Come on, guys. How dare you say that a Blizzard fight has a bug in it? I mean, they totally would have fixed it by now, right? It's not like they have like 18-year-old bugs in this game still or anything. They would never do that.
2. Two.
Too far away. Isn't ready yet. Not enough energy.
1.
I mean, to be fair, Fluid, Kaz is tanking, so he's not beating the tank, so it's in the exact same place it was.
Explosions! More explosions! I gotta have more explosions!
6.
We're also doing level 40 content, and he's level 60. So, just saying. And most of the people in here are in the like 40s, mid 40s. I don't want the fire.
3. 3.
Right?
5.
No shit.
It's not the word, not the worst name I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. If you've already got it,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty nice too. Yeah. I doubt it. I haven't won anything all night. Oh, actually, I won the ring. Yeah. I got the tier piece and I got the ring.
Hi, how are ya? Very well then. You have a great day now.
Probably would have been a good idea.
Be seeing you.
I mean, I've just come to the realization that I can't rely on you for anything. You know, that don't click off DI. You know, show up to raid without falling asleep. Like, I have to run back through this place again. I completely forgot to do all the punch cards. Yeah, almost a third. So, actually, isn't the first turn in like right down here? I can't remember where the punch card thing is. They don't look the same to me for some reason. I think they used to look different. Yeah, here it is. Right here. Yeah, there's the card. I still need 2 more of these little boxes that are like littering around the place as well. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, well, I was just gonna look for the boxes while I was running through here as well, because I don't know where the portal systems go, so. Oh shit, we did the skip here, so. What's so organized about that inventory? It's like trash. I haven't been to a bank yet since I started. Oh crap. Haha. I jumped off too early. It's I'm still in combat, Kaz. I don't know, will it reset being up here or yeah, there it goes. Took it a minute. Yeah. Oh, nice. Kaz just likes being a goblin. There's a toy that exists in the game where you can turn people into goblins, and probably Bloody Shots hit him with that thing. That's my guess. It's just a cosmetic, just to let you look like something else. There's another thing that's called a noggin fogger potion that will turn you into various things as well.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, the problem is I'm lower level than you. I'm lower level than you, Cass. Kaz is like, go ahead and grab this right here. It's not dangerous at all. See, I'm standing next to it. Fucking lies. So yeah, like the character that I'm playing is a druid, so I can morph between a bear and a cat.
Ready yet.
I can also do, I've got an aquatic form. Yeah, just hurry up and come back so we can do that zone that you love. But I've got an aquatic form here that I can use that allows me to swim faster than other players can. And then I have a travel form which allows me to move at 40% normal run speed. Kaz, do we need to go down from here, or are we going over here? Yeah, the one that you tried to kill me with. Oh, you pull a switch to determine where you're going? Interesting, okay. See if I can not kill myself with this time. Why's that corpse still there? Did somebody win loot and then not get it? I think this is the last quest that I have for in here. Closed it. Yeah, data rescue. The last one's in Thermoplug's room, is that right? Oh no, that was the prismatic one right there. That's it. It's completed the quest. I do like the teleport systems that they've been adding into the raids. It's really nice. There's one other quest that's in here, but it wants me to bring a bunch of random materials back to him. I'm like, nah, I'm good. This will probably push me to 44, and I still haven't done the incursion for the day yet either. Oh, it could be, yeah. But yeah, if I do this and then I do Oldham, because I picked up a bunch of quests for Oldham as well, and then I get the incursions in, that probably get me pretty close to 50. Oh wait, this was the wrong hallway. I failed. It's been so long since I've been in this zone. I find it's really funny that they turned all of the zones that a lot of people hated into raid zones. Like a lot of people don't like trying to navigate through Nomergon, and then they turned it into a raid zone. And a lot of people really hate Sunken Temple. They turned that into a raid zone. I actually liked that zone though. I was one of the weirdos that knew my way around the place pretty well. Yeah. Just stealth right past all this crap. And by we, I mean me. Good luck, Cass. They'll all ignore him. 60. Oh, okay. Fuck you too then, Cass. I can't believe it took so long to get that stupid punch card to drop at the beginning. It was nuts. No, they cannot actually. It's a proven thing. Yeah, not surprising. Is it 2 weeks out from this Tuesday when the stuff hits, or when's it actually hitting? Oh, have they not set an actual date on it yet? Or do you just not know? Oh, okay. Oh, the 6th? Oh, wow, that's quite a while still. It's like 3 weeks. Well, but when the war effort starts is when you can ring the gong, right? Yeah, the dong. Ring the dong. You ring the gong with the dong. That's how that works. That's fine. pretty sure after turning in all these quests, I'll finally be able to afford a mount. I can't remember if it was 32 or 36 gold. Oh wait, back here. Oh god, let's go. Oh, wait. Oh crap. Was the grime encrusted ring, did I need to actually cleanse that down in the room? Son of a bitch. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because the other ring that I have is like level 17 or something like that. I mean, I'm sure most of this is going to be replaced very quickly, but just when I thought I was finished, they pulled me back in. At least that little section isn't too deep into the place. It'd have sucked if I had to go all the way to like Thermoplug's room or something. Yeah, that's fair. Definitely not used to the portals. Do they have them in, did they add them into like the 40 mans as well, or are those still pretty original? Oh, nice. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so I can't remember. Did you have to go through a server reset before the whelps would, the suppression room would reset? Like shut down? Okay. Now, do they stay dead permanently, or do you still have to kill Lash Layer before they'll stay dead? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that suppression room really sucks though. Like, sometimes I just kind of wonder what the developers were thinking when they made some of this stuff. It's like, hey, for a bunch of people that like going really fast, let's make a room where you walk like molasses. Yeah, yeah. What, you think they do now? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, I have no problems no lifing this game. It just needs to be something fun, and like the concept of dailies are not fun. All right, which one of these things do you actually use for the grime encrusted ring? Oh, it's this one, I bet, right here. Yeah. Nice. Return of the ring, of course. Wait, I have two of these grime encrusted salvage, and the big one is not giving me the option to put them in there anymore. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's dumb. I wish I'd known that. I wouldn't have rolled on the things.
Interesting. All right then.
Oh, they're tradable. Okay, yeah. Let's give them to somebody else.
Goodbye now.
Do they actually have anything decent in them, or? Was that the one you were talking about that has, or somebody was talking about that increased the, or you actually got a decent amount of money out of doing them? Nice. Gotcha. Ah, fucking did it again. Keep trying to go back into the Trog area. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how things end up working with bear tanks and AQ40. It's like the concept behind druids before was supposed to be jack of all trade, master of none, and now they're just becoming jack of all trade, master of all trade. It's like they're insanely broken for boomkins from what I'm hearing, and it sounds like cats are doing really, really well right now. Yeah. I mean, I've always said for the longest time that I thought WoW would be a lot more fun if they just focused a lot more on trying to keep all of the classes as close together as possible for their power levels, so that you could literally just play whatever you wanted. Because I refuse to change characters, like change classes for expansions as a rule, with the exception of DK, only because you couldn't make it before Wrath. But I mean, even doing, you know, musical specs is really annoying. It's like, I want to play what I want to play. It's like I don't want to have to be forced to play a spec that I don't like just because that's the one you guys made meta for the season or whatever. No, actually, no, I do not. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Ah, freedom. I've escaped. I was like, what's this Mad King quest that I'm missing? But I think that was from the turn-in item, the quest item that he drops. Huh. Where are all these turn-in? Oh, wait, there they are. $33.5 gold, getting closer. I'm actually surprised with the 300% currency increase that they give you, that it still seems like Money is climbing really slowly. Surprised that the cats are being quiet tonight. So I've been feeding them a little closer to 2, so I'll start harassing soon. The devil. He left. Oh, when you're running around with no mount in this game, it's so slow. Even with 40% increased move speed, the first mount is a 60% increase, so it'd be about 50% faster. Well, it wouldn't be 50% faster than this, but it would be faster than this. And then when you get to level 60, you get the 100% increased speed mount, which is it feels significantly faster. Like this 40% bump is definitely enough to feel when you turn it on and start running, but it still just feels like it takes forever to get places. I really liked flying mounts because they made the speed so insanely high, and then they've continued to make them even faster previously. Bloody by my mount? Nah. I can barely get him to watch the stream. What are you talking about? He gave me 50 gold at the beginning. He gave me 50 gold in the 4 bags, so that I could get started. But you know, I've spent a lot of the gold has been eaten up with buying skills and stuff like that. They start to get pretty expensive at this level. So they're like gold.5 or 2 gold a piece, which is unfortunate because while I do have enough to buy them out, I still have to go and get all my skills, which is going to eat through my gold again. I can't get a step ahead. It's really sad too because at level 20, I think I ended up giving like somewhere around 300 gold to Matiste when I quit playing over here. He just happened to be the person on when I decided I wasn't going to play anymore. So I just think it's funny that I had that much gold when I was level 20, but now I just don't have anything. I really took advantage of selling those pearls back. Oh, excuse me, back in the day though, those small lustrous pearls. I just kept going in and farming the empty BFD over and over to get pearls. I think you were the one that told me about that. Yeah, but I gave him 80,000 gold on
Pleased to meet you.
Kato when I quit there.
Honored, I'm here.
See, you would think he would hook me up. Oh, 21 agility, that's not too bad. Put that on. Alright, so that's 44 now. Almost 44 and a half, and I think I got one more quest to turn in up there. Return of the Ring. What was the didn't one of the jokes of the humans was a kind of a pun on Tolkien, the Lord of the Rings series? Hey, the king's back. Yeah, it was male human was one of their jokes that they told, and they were talking about writing a book series, and I forget what they said the first two books were, but the parody for Return of the King was, "Hey, the king's back."
Salutations! Be seeing you.
Let's see. Oh. Silver bar and a moss agate. I think I have a moss agate. Yeah. Okay, so I can go get a silver bar and turn in that quest. 30 silver, I suppose I can do. Oh, look at that, 41 gold. Holy crap, it's building quick. We're big time quest turn-ins right there. Oh, and I still have the one to turn in and Stormwind as well. Has summoned me to Stormwind. I'm too lazy to ride the tram. I don't know if that ring will be great for me or not, but oh crap. Macerate back on the pants. The only problem with like going through a bunch of gear really quickly is you forget to put your stuff back on there. $7 silver, I can do that. Gotta take it back to the same guy. A lot of back and forth in this game. Like, it seems like traveling in this game is the majority of what you do. Like, this game would be so short if you didn't have to like rubber band back and forth from the same places over and over and over. That's one of the things, like, I know a lot of people give Lost Ark some shit for being pay to win and stuff like that, which I agree, but one of the really cool things about Lost Ark was the fact that almost all of the questing in that game was forward progression. So you would, like, this game's really bad about like, hey, you go to this quest guy and he's like, hey, run out in the field and kill these guys and then come back to me and turn in the quest, and then maybe I'll give you another one. But Lost Ark was really good about, hey, you're on the way to XYZ town, cool, kill these bandits on the way there, and then when you get to that town, tell this other dude about it and he'll give you a reward. So it was like always forward progressing quests. Oh, that is actually really nice, the upgraded version. Oh yeah.
Seeing you.
I'm a tank now, boys. Went from 1 stamina to 16 stamina and 70 armor. And a nice fat purple ring. Yeah. That's a level 40, so I mean that should easily not be replaced before I hit 60. Oh, Orb of Deception. I love those. Dude's actually wanting to buy one for 100 gold. That seems kind of low, but Yeah, give me just a minute, Kaz. When is the next one? I've got to run over and turn in this other quest in Stormwind real quick. Is the next one do you get it at 48 or does it not pop up until 50? Can I make the jump? You can do it with the 100% mount. Nope. I don't know, sprint would be fast enough, but it was not. That's cool. The tram's right here. Oh, at 48? Oh, you can do both of them? Holy shit. That'd be like 4 levels. Maybe I'll get to 52 tonight. Let's see what I got. 2 points to spend. 3 more levels and I'll get Omen of Clarity. So looking forward to that. If you're not familiar with WoW, Omen of Clarity for druids is essentially, for me anyways, every melee swing that I do, I have a chance to make my next special attack completely free. So it's a really nice ability, and it can, I don't know what the internal cooldown is on it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it can proc pretty often. That's actually a pretty significant increase in damage. He was talking something about having a life. I personally think he's just trying to feign one. He was probably sleeping. Oh crap. Go right up there about where I was just at. I'm turning in this last quest now, Kaz, if you want to do it, or if you're wanting to do Uldaman, now would be the time to do it because it'll all turn green to me after if we do incursions first.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, crappy items. I need to figure out what mod it was I was using that told me the price, the value of items. No, never used Auctioneer. Yeah, vendor prices. I thought it was Leatrix, but is or not. this does. That was. That was not what I needed. What was that? I just sworn it was this. Oh, you can set exclusions for autosell? That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think Bloody Shot said he would be that, but that's what he would be. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna probably call it there for the night. It's a little after 2, so it's been a long evening. I'm gonna do some incursions and stuff like that, but it's fairly just like boring daily quests and stuff. So I'll call it here for the night. Don't forget, I will not be streaming for the next 2 days. If you're planning on keeping up, those are my my 2 off days, and then I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be playing Stalker 2. And I'll be probably playing that pretty regularly from this point forward, except for when I'm raiding. If I raid in here on Thursday nights, then for the duration of the raid, I will be streaming that. And then once that's over, then I'll go back to playing Stalker 2. But yeah, that's the plans for next week. Hopefully the game is good and it doesn't turn out to be like the last couple of games that I've played where they've ended up being really bad. If they are, then I'll either be streaming this or streaming Sengoku Dynasty games that, you know, actually work. So yeah, I'll keep you guys posted, and we'll see how things go from there. And once again, I appreciate everybody that's been in here and chatting tonight. It helps a whole lot with. Sorry, I got people talking in my ear now, so it's hard to concentrate, but. It's good to have people in here chatting and keeping things interesting. I really appreciate the time you guys are putting in, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Or not, sorry, Wednesday. See you Wednesday. Have a great night, everyone.